Welcome, everyone, to War in the Soul City, episode 15. The Coterie, the dig crew, the last we saw of them, they were bringing home a mangled, incapacitated, torpid Mercy. With most of her guts ripped out of her chest, with it haphazardly strewn together where her flesh had knit over an explosive device. Malice and Ken barely made it out of an apartment complex with their skin intact, both nearly succumbing to frenzy. They brought the vulnerable Mercy to their haven at the Dolphin Hotel. And so, with morning arriving only moments after they had collected themselves and gotten themselves to their each and individual rooms, the Coterie wakes on a new night. The new year is coming, with the solstice celebration seeming almost so far ago, and yet only so recently with the attack on it as well. The Camarilla of Jackson, Mississippi is under attack. That brings us to our lovely coterie as they wake. And I think we're just going to jump right in, as they have since collected themselves for the start of the evening. So, I need everyone to roll rouse checks. Oh, and by the way, don't forget to turn off the API, because I disabled it, since it was given so much trouble.
Okay. Success, and I need 2 more.
Dana, Ken, you're a bit hungrier. That sort of gurgling in the bottom of your stomachs, growing ever louder.
Success.
But Rodney and Malice are not any hungrier than they were last night, which is a good thing. And so, what would our coterie like to do as they wake this fine evening?
Dana has her marching orders. It's all too clear. Look, somebody needs to get to Miss Richter. And, well, that is now put in my lap. Besides, it ends up putting me in better terms with my coterie. Much as I hate to admit it. Fact is that I only have one lead really to chase right now, and that is good old Yuri and Doyle. Well, thankfully, Malice ended up handing me a address to start scoping him out. Shouldn't be hard to find. He's a little dweeb and goddamn coward. We've met, so it's not particularly hard to end up noticing. Though, let's be honest, he won't amount to much of anything. I know he's no threat. Just squeeze him a little. And he'll squeal because it's in his best interest. He wants to end up surviving. Like most Tremere. Just all cowards. And that's fine with me. Makes my job a little easier. I'll hunt him down, drag him, dangle him by his feet over a rooftop or something like that, and, well, maybe make a game of it. That's not really who I'm looking for. He's just the first stepping stone.
Liv is getting her things prepared to go out again tonight. With the incapacitation of Mercy, she has to work double time.
Can I can I pull you aside for a moment, Liv?
Yeah, what's up? I'm busy.
Yes, we all are in these evenings. Have you seen anything odd happening recently?
Define odd.
Out of the ordinary.
I mean, there's lots of things that are kind of weird.
Such as
weird people? What are you getting at?
have there been any changes around our borders?
Your voice went a little crackly, Rodney. I couldn't understand a fucking thing you said.
Have there been any changes around our borders?
Not so far as I can tell. But then again, I need to get out there. Because if I don't, we're probably gonna get rats.
That's true. That is true.
I don't want rats in this hotel. Please. It's enough. It's enough with just the stinking cats.
Shouldn't have a problem with rats with the cats here.
I give up. I give up. I give up. And she
What?
starts to walk out of the shared haven space, going about her evening.
Well, someone's in a bad mood.
Ken, what do you make of all this? You're muted, by the way.
Oh, my mic should not have been muted, so you didn't hear anything I said.
Mm-mm.
Well, I said Ken would have woke up early and had something to do and would have wanted to talk to Liv before she left. But that kind of went out the window. So
No,
that's
you
okay.
you could still pull her aside. She's
Oh, okay.
walking out. She hasn't disappeared. Like you can't find her.
Liv,
Ken?
in the next day or two, I'm planning something. I could use your backup. It might give you a chance at some of the Anarchs, if you would be interested.
I'm stretched pretty thin. If I can get some backup around here, that would be lovely, actually.
I will see what I can do. I plan to set up a show in Anarch territory, something very public so they can't just act without breaching the masquerade. And see what information I can scare up. See who I can get out and about.
That's
Try to get
ballsy.
Well, I haven't been able to contribute much, but I want to do what I can.
You know,
And I would feel a lot better if I had you looking through a scope watching my back.
well, if somebody else could watch the domain for the night, I suppose I could be of assistance.
I'm going to work on getting something from Mercy right now, so hopefully she will be up and about.
The
In
state
fact,
she's
I
in,
think
that is going to take weeks.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I will try to see if I can get us a heavy somewhere. Maybe Dana has an idea. But I need to go sort this out with Mercy. She needs something, and I promised Malice I would get it for her.
Yeah, she doesn't go down very quickly. She's tough. The fact that she's down like this, yeah, this is gonna take weeks.
Yeah, I don't like it. She's one of the strongest of us, and she's taken like that. We're in deep shit.
Yeah. Okay, goodbye. I'm gonna go. Maybe go
Good
pop
luck.
some heads.
Stay safe.
Yeah, you too. Ballsy ass motherfucking bitch.
Ken would head up to the bar.
Up to the bar?
Yeah, it's starting to get later. Isn't there a bar in the?
Oh, the hotel bar. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hotel bar is open. It is freely flowing. The staff is making plenty of drinks, and there are a number of tourists. And possibly some locals, but a number of tourists perusing around the hotel's bar area.
I'll do my usual spiel and see if I can't scare up someone looking for a little bit of a walk on the wild side. Someone not normal, not that I would normally deal with. Someone different, maybe possibly a tourist.
Somebody new. Okay. So, you're treating this like a feeding role?
Yes.
Okay. So what is your actual intention with this?
I'm going to take them back to my room, feed, and then provide the body to Malice for Mercy to get what he needs for her. So I'm going to willingly do something that he disgusts Ken, but he owes Malice, and he likes Mercy. He does not want something to befall her that he could prevent.
Okay. So, because of the way that you're going about this, I'm going to allow this to be an automatic success. You are going to be able to get someone, because the actual who of them doesn't matter at this moment, because you're going against your prey exclusion of the non-consenting. Because nobody would consent to being drained.
Right.
So, if you're are you intending to drink the full amount?
Yes. I'm going to also rouse the blood to heal some on the way down. And I'm probably going to be at a state of frenzy when I decide to feed. And I'm just going to give in.
Okay. Then go ahead and roll your rouse for your heal. How many points of superficial damage do you have?
3.
Okay. And what hunger are you at right now?
Now I'm at 5,
Hunger 5.
but I'm fully healed.
Fully healed. So, and you're also, taking the first person you see, grabbing them by the arm, a little forcedly. They don't seem to be particularly willing, but not that you care in this moment. You take them to a room.
I'm taking them to the basement.
Take them to the basement. Okay. Your grip, even though you're a Toreador, is like compared to them trying to escape, you have them beat twice over. They're starting to kick up a fuss as you're dragging them down towards the basements, starting to yell. This woman definitely does not want to be pulled down here, but your grip is solid. She's starting to yell. What do you do?
Calm down. I just want to show you around the hotel. And I want to turn on awe and... Oh, no, wait, I don't have awe in this character. Never mind, I'm sorry.
I am still going to call for a roll to see how persuasive you can be. So this is going to be a manipulation leadership.
One success.
That's enough. That's enough to get them to quiet down a little bit, but they're still not a fan of you dragging them. And she's, in a nice dress. She's got nice hair. She's pretty. But she's starting to worry. She looks a bit panicked. Even with your suave nature, your beast is loud in your mind. Why are we waiting? Why are we waiting? Take it now. It's yours. Take it now. Take it now.
You can shut up. You will get what you want in a minute.
And so, where do you take this lovely young lady?
To my room.
To your room? Okay. Your little closet room of a space in this underground little bunker here.
See, I'm a bit of an artist, and I wanted to show you my work. I needed a second opinion.
Okay. You see, she's kind of backing up into a corner and kind of holding her purse close to her.
I'll try to get her to put it easy as I can.
How do you intend to do that?
To be honest, I saw you and I wanted to draw you.
Oh, God, that's creepy.
Yes, well.
No,
Artist.
no, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. I don't know. I don't want to be here. And she starts to go towards the door.
I am truly sorry about this. And I will go ahead and try to feed.
As you're making the lunge towards her, she's pulled out a small bit of a spray can, it looks like. She sprays you in the face with it, but it isn't until she sprayed you quite a lot that she realizes that whatever this is, it smells peppery. It's not working on you. And you lunge with your teeth bared, extended, long fangs, and you sink a whole bite into the side of her neck. Now, you can make a frenzy check, or you can ride the wave.
I'm giving in because it disgusts me, and I'd rather not be in control of what I have to do.
And so, you let yourself go. You open the floodgates. You allow the vicious monstrosity that resides in the back of your mind to have every bit of ecstasy and joy and everything that it could ever want from this sack of meat. This thing, this cattle, this kine, this beast of burden. Your Toreador nature takes the better hold of you, and you bite into artery after artery after artery, and blood sprays throughout the entire room. The body strewn into pieces across the floor, and by the time that you're finished with this thing, and you've drank your fill, gorged like a tick, your belly full, your mind clear for the first time in a long time. Or maybe not too long ago that you did this once before. But that's relief in your mind that the beast is quiet. But you look at the cacophony of blood and matter strewn throughout the room, including some of your own things that have broken to pieces. Clothing ruined. Furniture smashed. But you look upon it, and that brief, last little echo in the back of your mind is a work of beauty. And it fades away. And you're left soaking wet, your own clothes ripped from your body, standing bloody, naked, and horrified. Because you went against your own prey exclusion, you were going to take a stain for that.
I figured that I would at least take one for doing this.
And you will take 3 additional for brutal murder. However, do those stains go into your willpower? Because you are humanity 8, so you would tick off the 2 boxes, and then 2 would go into your willpower.
So, how does that work?
So you're
on my
gonna...
sheet?
So, since you're humanity 8, the 2 empty boxes that you have on the end, you're gonna put the strikes through. And then the 2 stains you have left over are gonna go into your willpower. However...
Oh, and I check off them like they're superficial
will damage, yep. However,
damage? Okay.
I will allow you to immediately recover both of those. Because you rode the wave.
Okay.
But you cannot take any more stains tonight, otherwise you will essentially retreat into a sort of incapacitated state.
I understand. I will, kind of clean myself up.
Which is very hard to do, because there's nothing clean in this room anymore. Everything has blood on it.
Including everything in my closet.
Everything.
Okay, I will, get whatever is the cleanest. Just a pair of pants or whatever. Just so I'm not walking around butt naked. Though Ken really wouldn't care. You know what? Would I even think about that?
You have your own mind now. You're left to revel in it. Left on your own to revel in it.
It might be the last thing in his mind. Ken would probably just get, some type of, trash bag or cart and start putting pieces in there and carry it over and go to Malice's room.
Malice, you're humanity 6, right? Do we have a mojo? Or is he still having issues?
He just unmuted.
We've been experiencing some technical difficulties with Malice. I'll check for him. No, he's humanity 7, so he'd be waking up just with everybody else. So, everybody else would be waking up, you know, only shortly before Ken comes out of his room. But that doesn't mean that the cacophony couldn't be heard by those who were in their sleeping torpid state.
Are you with us, Mojo?
I guess everybody would still be awake now. I guess, you know, order of events and
Yeah.
everything.
I can see Mojo. I don't know if I can hear him, though.
I can't hear him either, so. But would anybody be present in the haven while?
I would.
Okay, while this is going on.
Rodney would be present.
So the two of you at least.
You would see a butt-naked Ken walking towards Malice's room with a trash bag over his shoulder. Bloody butt-naked Ken.
And you heard the screams.
What did you do?
Something that I had to that disgusts me. I don't want to talk about it right now.
And I think that's about the time Dana ends up arriving in the room. What was that I just heard?
I don't want to talk about it right now, Dan. I
I
had
don't
to do
want to
something.
don't want to talk about it. I just heard that, and I think half the floor did.
This is something that we needed. And it disgusts me that I had to get it. But I owe him.
I look to the room, observe it a bit, then look back to Kenny. Do you think that you not wanting to talk about it suddenly means it's swept under the rug?
No.
Do you think that we're supposed to just sit and hope that this goes away?
I'll clean up my own mess.
Are you going to clean up the 20 to 30 patrons in the hotel who are going to eventually ask, what the hell was that? Some of them may already be out with some cell phones right now looking to end up finding out who was happening, because I think the only way that could have gone any louder is if she was carrying a whistle.
I thought that our bunker was deep underground and they wouldn't be able to hear us.
It's in a basement
Oh,
level.
It
Yeah.
is. Then is using exaggeration.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I don't think anybody heard us.
Don't
That's
think.
why I brought them down.
Don't think.
It was a calculated play on my part. I know you don't like this. I don't like this. And I'm beginning to see what your point was, that we are all monsters, and it sickens me that I'm capable of this. But I need to get this to Malice. You can bitch at me and poke fun at me and tell me how much of an idiot I am afterwards, but right now...
Kenny, have you maybe considered that you could have asked for assistance?
That's all I've been doing
He
since I
wants
got here.
he wants to end up showing he's got the big boy pants on. Don't worry, Kenny. Mr. Tanaka. At this point, I wipe my hands of you.
If you want to.
It's about this time that Malice will be coming out of his room with Mercy over his shoulder.
Malice, I got something for you.
Do we have a table in the room?
I don't see why not. Like a coffee table in like the
Yeah.
kind of meeting area.
Leave it on the table and give me a hand and give me some rope.
Okay. I'll go and find some rope and leave it on the table and help Malice with whatever he needs.
This
Oh,
Kenny boy is go ahead.
As Kenny is
And-
putting that stuff on the table, papers and stuff that he's working on, off.
Fair enough.
Fair. As Kenny leaves to do that, Malice is gonna set Mercy in one of the chairs and hold her up until Kenny boy gets back with some rope.
now, while I'm helping you tie Mercy to the chair, I'll just go to look at Malice and say, I have made a bit of a mess in my room. I need to borrow some clothes till I can get some new ones for myself.
Did Malice leave his medical bag in the room?
In his own room?
Yeah, or did he bring it out with Mercy?
That's up to you.
Alright, Malice will go back to the room and grab his medical bag, and inside he's got a spare suit of scrubs that he'll throw at Kenny. Drop the bag beside the chair with Malice and continue tying her up. Because this is gonna get nasty.
I had to do something that I discussed, Malice. And the rest of the coterie is not happy about it, but I owed you, and this is the only way I could think of to help.
When Malice gets finished tying her up, he'll go look in the bag. What did Kenny boy put in the bag?
There is
Most
a
of a woman.
rip to shreds.
How do the organs look?
Ribbons. Every inch of everything in there, except for maybe some stray bones, maybe a hand, maybe a piece of a leg. Everything else is ribbons.
Rodney, you still
Yes.
around?
Yeah, I'm
Do
here.
we have do we have a blender?
I may have one. Rodney goes to go find a blender, which he is sure he has somewhere in his cacophony of crap.
You're pretty sure that that layer of filth that's on it, inside of it, isn't gonna go away.
He brings it out. It looks old and looks like it's been dragged out of a dumpster somewhere, but it should work.
Alright.
You plug it up, it seems to run.
Alright. Malice is going to take as much of the organs as he can. And fill up the blender carafe.
And you give it a good whir, and you have a very thick paste. There's very little liquid left. In fact, almost none.
Alright. Malice is going to pump a rouse of blood into it.
I was about to offer that, but
That'll work. Make me a rouse check.
That's fourth one tonight. Successful.
Hot damn, son. Where'd you get them dice?
They're the Zamisi dice that I bought when I thought that Brian was actually a Zamisi, not a La Sombra. Alright, give it another whir.
You know that Vitae kind of loses its potency a little bit as far as how long it'll live.
Yeah.
But you
I'm counting on it.
give it another quick whir, and you have something that's the consistency of more of a thick milkshake.
Alright,
Ken will
Kenny,
go behind and hold her head
Kenny?
back.
Kenny, grab her legs. Rodney, you help me hold her arms and her shoulders down.
Yeah.
Malice will
Rodney
walk
moves
around
up.
behind. Malice will move around behind and hold her head back, cradling her bottom of her jaw in his hand and holding it open as he begins to pour this meat soup slurry down her throat.
And those cold, dead eyes that showed no sign of movement, no sign of life, suddenly kind of, it's almost as if her pupils narrow and her mouth just, the jaw almost unhinges and becomes large enough to kind of take in the whole opening of the carafe, and she's going to make a frenzy check, though she's very much incapacitated. But she might have a little bit left in her right now. So for the purposes of this, I'm going to say that that's a success. You see that her mouth instinctually just unhinges and to its fullest capacity, to where she's open enough to take the whole of the carafe, but she doesn't move otherwise. And the slurry slowly trickles down into her throat and down into her gullet, where you know that it will sit for momentarily until who knows. And I'm going to count that as 1 hunger that she is able to take. And she is going to make rouse checks to get to heal a point of damage. And you see that once she's got it all down, she still looks incredibly hungry. But she's at least responsive.
Can she eat solids, Malice?
At this point, Malice will set the carafe down, reach into his bag, and pull out a scalpel. And tell her, "No, I don't want to, but I'm gonna tie you. If you think you got this,
No.
whatever's left in the bag is all you, girl."
What's left in the bag?
What's left of what I just forced down your throat?
No,
We'll talk when you're better. And Malice will untie her as quickly as he can. The bag is sitting on the table, right in front of her.
And she goes to the bag and she digs her teeth into some of the chunks and starts chomping some of it down, but she's eating it quickly, faster and faster, trying to shove it all down her throat. And then when she's finished, she looks physically like she's bloated, like she's filled to the brim with this substance. And then she's kind of looking around frantically. More, I need more. There was nothing in there.
That's all there is for now.
God damn it.
We've still got our stash. What do you remember about last night?
I can't think straight.
Alright, Kenny boy, keep an eye on her.
I'm barely...
Malice is going to take the body to his room to get rid of it. He's going to leave it there, come right back, and make sure that Mercy has some clothes as well. We're going to take a little trip, darling. I kind of need you with me. I got to keep an eye on you.
I'm barely hanging on here, Malice.
Amelia, do we have a way that I can get to wherever our vehicles are without having to go through the main lobby of the hotel?
Rodney's tunnels are always a good one.
Alright.
They're kind of a maze. Have you been down here and traversed them before?
Once or twice.
Rodney will actually offer them up for transportation, and he'll actually show them through.
Show them the way. Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
Yay. Now I don't have to grope around in the dark.
Thanks to Rodney and his fairly keen memory.
Malice will note all the turns. Twist turns to get in and out.
You have a very keen memory yourself, so you're able to remember that with some very vivid clarity. And you take
sorry.
Go ahead.
As Rodney's showing us, Malice will which tunnels were it that you were looking at expanding or showing up, Rodney? I'm not sure I understood the question last night.
All of them. The ones underneath of our domain. Sewers and the like.
Any particular direction, or
Particularly around the border. I want to make sure that nobody is using them to get in and out.
God mercy is gonna hate this.
Well, what am I gonna hate?
I got something I can do to help Rodney, but you ain't gonna like it none.
And what's
I
that?
think I think I'm gonna have to make a trip to the vet's office fairly soon.
That.
Yeah.
This ain't more that a dark magic bullshit, is it?
It absolutely is. Like I said, you ain't gonna like it none.
I don't like it none. But you know, if it means I'm not getting attacked again, I think I can live with it.
Alright. Oh. We gonna make a trip, and you and me are gonna go talk to Don Mangini. I don't care whether you're up for it or not. You're the only one that's got any information on what it is I need, and I can get you as close to more you than you are now.
I can barely think straight. If I see that man, I'm just gonna probably lunge at him, and I don't want to do that.
Give my regards to the Don.
Why are you? And I will do, Rodney. Why are you gonna be lunching at him?
I just need to eat something. I'm starving.
I'm taking care of that. And as fast as I can. I'm taking Mercy out to the haven on the river.
But before you can get very, very far outside of this particular little tunnel, you hear a bit of a heaving noise coming from Mercy. And just as you're turning around, you see that she's spitting up ash. So much ash.
Is this
Rodney,
like last?
Rodney is still going to be with them at this point. He's going to escort them to the vehicle.
This like last night?
Yep, very similar.
Alright, is there a... God damn it, I really don't want to do this. She's got to eat, and it's got to be fresh. God damn it, is there anybody walking along on their own?
Sounds to me like
I
you're
don't care
making a
who they
hunting roll.
are. Yeah.
So, how are you going to go about that?
I don't know. I'm trying to see if there's anybody I can find between here and the car, because she's got to eat, and if she don't eat now, it doesn't matter. She's gonna frenzy, and sooner rather than later. I don't know. I don't know how. It's not what I normally do. I'm guessing this is gonna be like an ambush thing. I don't know.
Well, then you would kind of be in luck, because if Mercy kind of heads that, that's actually her preferred feeding role.
I figured.
Do you have a dot and brawl to assist her?
Do.
Okay.
I do.
Then we'll make this a hunting roll for Mercy, and you can assist.
I would also like to assist if possible.
Do you have a dot and brawl?
Yes.
Okay. Then she will get a +2. And she's gonna go... She's more or less trying to, keep her mangled self out of sight because she still looks like she is in pieces.
Also, while she's doing that, I would like to make sure that she's out of sight of any security cameras or anything.
For you, I'm going to call that to be a wits awareness.
I was going to do the same thing.
Now, Rodney, you can either choose to do that, or you can choose to assist Mercy.
Or no, I think I'll do the cameras and get that so that she's not being caught.
Okay. Then that's a wits awareness for you. And Malice, you would have the same choice. You can either choose to assist her or you can assist Rodney.
I'm assisting Malice. I mean, Mercy.
Okay.
I'm gonna willpower re-roll 2 of those dice too.
Okay. You are familiar enough with this particular point in the hallways and or the tunnels that you have constructed here to know that you are good to be out of sight so long as you bring them down into the tunnel.
So he'll kind of help direct them into that sort of.
Any person passing by would be in eyeshot of a camera if they were to pass in a way that is aside from the way that you used to exit, because that's the only way that you go unseen from cameras.
Yeah. So he'll actually point that out to them.
Okay. Cool. Then we'll give Mercy a feeding roll. With a +1 from Malice. And thankfully, that's not a messy crit. That is just 4, which is plenty. And so you bring the individual down into the tunnels, and Mercy incapacitates them and just starts chomping and gorging once again.
Alright, Malice thinks that she's as good as she's gonna get. God damn it, Rodney. I don't want to do this, but, can you keep an eye on her? I've got business I've got to go take care of, and I don't have time to wait around.
Yes, I can do that.
And you see that
Anything.
You see that Mercy's immediately, as soon as this person's incapacitated, she is ripping this person's ribcage open with her bare hands, and she is pulling the heart out and just sucking all of the blood dry and chomping down on it.
Rodney is looking anywhere but Mercy.
Whatever's left of that, could you help Mercy make sure it goes with the other one in my room? I'll take care of it when I get back.
Yes, of course.
And blood is spraying everywhere, all over you, Rodney, all over Mercy. Malice, you're kind of out of the spray shot a little bit.
I imagine there's some on my shoes. Malice isn't even concerned with that. He's in his scrubs like he's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
And at that he will say, "You're as safe as I can get you. I've got to go take care of this, and I'll be back." And then turns to go out to his car so that he can go meet Dawn like he said he would.
All right. Then What is Ken and Dana doing as these two are down the hallways looking to, as Rodney and Malice are assisting Mercy? What are the two of you doing?
Ken's gonna look at Dana. I know you wash your hands of me, and I don't think you could be as more disgusted as me as I am with myself, but I need your advice on one last thing.
Dana?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Ken was just asking for your advice on one last thing.
Thought I said I was done with him. No wonder I'm already tuning him out. What is it?
Liv needs another heavy to help patrol, to free up for something that I'm going to try to get some people in this car crosshairs. Do you know of anybody that we can call in? You have more connections than I do. If I need to, I'll go to the court and try to curry the favor of someone and get them on my own, but this is not for me, it's for the coterie and for our general goal.
I'll handle it. Because it Liv's going to need it.
With that, Ken will just go and get cleaned up and put on the scrubs and go out and get some new clothes, because everything he's got is covered in blood. And then
Well, apparently Dana has to end up going and locating a new heavy.
And whereabouts do you plan on finding something like that?
Oh, I think I've already put the legwork in. I think it's about time to talk to Anastasia.
Then talking to Anastasia it is. You know where to usually find her. The little studio out in the historic district. Can never be sure if she's going to be there. But you've seen her here before. It doesn't hurt to try it again.
No, certainly not.
And when you arrive, you do see that she is, in fact, inside the studio, watching the dancers, kind of minding her own for a moment. She seems a little lost in thought as she's watching them.
I observe for a bit. I don't bother interrupting her. I just stand beside her and observe the dancing for a brief moment.
After a moment or two, it's almost as if she realizes that you're standing next to her. And she kind of gives you a small smile.
Many places coming up in the world. Pardon. Many ways you're coming up in the world.
It seems so.
I'm hoping you're enjoying your newest acquisition.
I'm curious. Why me? Why us?
Would you prefer it to be someone else?
I can't tell. can't tell if it was some kind of ulterior motive.
Honey, there's always an ulterior motive. That's nothing new.
True, but I don't know. I don't know if it's going to work in my favor or not.
Please. If anything, the whole idea is that the Clan of the Moon's supposed to let us know if something's going to happen or not. Early warning systems and all that kind of stuff. They tell me that, well, you have to be scrutinizing to listen in. And right now, you have access to a very prominent name, are in the contention of a position. And right now you are the direct support for one of the largest racks in the city, allowing you a more than comfortable amount of blood to end up being there if it's required. I'd say things are looking up for you.
And I have the daggers of the Toreador eyes staring at the back of my head at every given shot.
Please, honey, I'm always looking at your chest.
I mean it. Caitlin. Walter. Even Austin. They're
Yep.
all staring daggers at me.
Oh, absolutely they are. Lovely bit of theatrics, isn't it? What can they do? Really, what can they do?
No official appointment's been made just yet.
No. And even if you don't, you ended up getting on the radar just enough for it to matter. Especially given our seneschal.
A name to live up to. A name I'll never
Please.
live up to.
Please, you're not a venturer. Stop trying to pretend to be.
I'm not pretending to be. I'm not saying that like that's my defining feature.
You're right.
I'm saying that because I am descended from our seneschal.
Well, that's a happy coincidence. I didn't know that. If I knew that, I would have leveraged that harder.
I keep it close to my chest on purpose.
Felt the need to tell me.
Because you should know that the crazies of our seneschal are passed down to me too.
Have I ever used that term with you?
With the
I'm
venom,
aware enough.
the venom you spit, I can't doubt that you think it.
Anastasia, you don't even know the half of what I think. Though I think you're probably one of the few who might.
I don't know. That's what worries me.
Well, maybe
What do
you'd
you
like
stand-
the opportunity to know.
What do you stand to gain by putting me in a position like Keeper?
Maybe it's just like pissing off the right people.
How very Toreador of you.
And if you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you.
A bridge to sell me?
Oh, absolutely.
What does that mean?
It believes none of what you hear and half of what you see. Allow me to get down to brass tacks. At this exact moment, I'd like to requisition some assistance for tonight.
Oh?
We're going to need a little bit of extra muscle coming on and a little extra eyes. It's been quiet most nights, but at this exact moment, I'd like to end up being out and about with some dear friends. So, that being said, I thought someone like you might end up wanting to end up seeing how the other side lives. Have an appreciation for what exactly we do.
I'm the silent, invisible type.
And you're the one worried about other people staring daggers into your back. My intention is to make sure you place them in the right ones. So, with that being said, I'm going to need a little bit of assistance, and I think you might appreciate having the opportunity to do so, if only to end up cementing our lovely relationship.
I scratch your back, you scratch mine. Or you watch for daggers on mine.
I do what I can. If I have to end up using something as droll as the way Kyle might say it, it's more of a investment. I like to keep things close to the chest myself. But all I need right now is a few extra eyes and maybe a couple extra hands for the time being. Just for one night, for now. Might be more down the line, but you are here to support us, are you not?
Every kindred of the Camarilla is here to support each other. Or so I'm told.
Well, I'd like to think I have given you more than that over the past few nights.
You certainly have. And I'm, like I said, still not sure what it means. The pieces haven't fallen into place yet.
Oh, they will, eventually. I'm asking this as a kindness, as a courtesy.
Then, as a kindness, a courtesy, I'll oblige you.
I appreciate it. I'm sure your coterie will be more than capable, especially given recent events.
Colette and Fernando are definitely appreciative. As am I.
Well, she kind of winces at the mention, I believe, of the Nosferatu's name. Well, let it not be said that I'm not amicable when I need to be, and when I want to be.
Of course.
I'll see you all at the hotel. I got a few stops to make, but if you end up stopping by, simply say you're here to help at Dana's request, and if it's Ken Tanaka that ends up doing so, if he has any objections, just tell him that you're here because of his slip-up. That's all you need to say. I suggest not digging into it too much more. He's young, stupid mistakes happen, and I like to end up keeping him off-center. He's a lot more amicable when he's hopping from foot to foot and dancing. Besides, if you have such a problem with Toreador staring daggers into your back, well, at the very least, you can vent some frustration.
Yes, I think I've heard that name, Ken Tanaka. Newest addition to the dig crew.
Just remember he was also a former anarch.
She kind of stares at you for a second.
Dana just kind of obliges her. Maybe she's seen something. Maybe she just happened to feed on somebody who was on LSD not more than a few minutes, and that's why she was tripping balls on the dancers earlier. Who knows?
Is that why you want to put bullets in their heads?
Bullets, glass, sharp objects.
Fire.
That'll work too.
This is why I can't really tell anything about you. I never know what it is that you mean when you say friend. But I suppose it doesn't matter. Not right this moment.
Not at this moment.
It might in the future, though.
I have my severe doubts on that. But I've been wrong before. I appreciate your time, Anastasia. I look forward to the rest of your camaraderie.
And just to
I'm
be
just-
clear, it's just my assistance you need tonight, correct?
Whoever you want to bring to end up making you sleep a little bit. It is, after all, a Cold War in that regard. Just presume it's going to go hot tonight, tomorrow, or some other time, and proceed accordingly. I don't want you to end up feeling like I didn't give you ample warning.
That's understandable. I'll see if Colette wants to come.
I'm heavy.
She always comes heavy.
I like it. Makes it feel all nice in all the right places.
It should.
I like it. Well,
She has the blood of the scourge.
I'm sure I'll rest easier.
I'm
I'll
sure.
see you soon.
I'll see you at the hotel. I'll be waiting.
I start heading out, waving a kindly goodbye to Anastasia. She doesn't know what to think of me. That's good. That's really good. I like it. I like the fact that I have a Malkavian who still can't read me. I like the fact that they're not sure where I'm going or what I'm doing.
Not like the Seneschal. The night you met
Not-
the Seneschal after being brought before the court, you felt like she was looking right through you.
Yes. I think that's why I get so much pleasure with Anastasia. Much like her and Toreador. Maybe it's by proxy. But she's useful. She's involved in the Camarilla, and right now I have just made my continued existence in her best interest. And in doing so, Kyle's best interests, and in Kyle's best interest, in the prince's best interest, to some small degree. I like my chances getting better and better with every night. Now I go to hunt down Mr. Doyle for about an hour, see if I can't run into him, and if not, well, I gotta cover up what Kenny's pulling away from the front line. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. But, well, I'll make do. I always do.
With that, we're going to shift gears. Malice was on his way to go and see Don Mangini at the hospital. The hospital where he was instructed by the said man to go and take care of a human problem. So, you arrive at the hospital. You haven't seen the Dawn just yet.
Malice wants to take a minute, clear his head, focus. Premonition. Malice wants to see if his suspicions are correct or if he's talking to the wrong person right now that he's intending to talk to.
So, who do you suspect?
Katerina. Not the Dawn.
Then roll me a premonition roll. Should be your wits aspects.
6 critical.
Hot damn. And this is in regards to what happened to Mercy?
Yes.
You sit in your car a moment, and you focus on Mercy. And you let the veil, the shroud that keeps this world from the next, and on it you see the strings of linked individuals, of the patterns of ghosts, the energies that have been left behind on this world, and you open your mind to that which is mystical. You opened your mind to the different emotions that you feel that are linked to Mercy. You trace your memory back to that place where you found her. And upon focusing on that, there is a thread that leads from her to someone else, but you walk along that tightrope, and it's long. There's a long distance to travel, and when you look up to see who is linked to her in that particular moment, you don't see Don Mangini, and you don't see Katerina. There's another figure, wreathed in chaos. An almost blood-red aura. You look down at the thread, and the thread is red as well. linking back to her, to her soul, her mind. You can't really tell in this vagary of the shroud.
Do I recognize the individual?
You follow another thread going from that individual to yourself. This thread, also red, like the heat of hatred. All you see is a vague form, but the feeling that you get from this image on the shroud that you're peering into, that's a familiar essence. You've not had many personal dealings with this person before, but somehow he's always there. Joseph.
I figured.
And upon realizing that, the images upon the shroud that you see fade and disappear into nothing. Also, roll me the rouse for that.
8.
Cool beans, success. My good dude.
Malice just sits contemplating how Joseph is tied into everything. Everything that's happened to him, Mercy, Magdalene. How he's tied to what's going on right now. What happened to Willow? Where is Willow? He still hadn't had a chance to go see if he could investigate anything, but by this time it's too late. Anything that was there is most likely gone. Mindlessly wandering the halls towards Mangini's office in the hospital.
And as you say,
Not really looking at anybody or noticing anyone or anything that comes through his vision. He's basically on autopilot at this point.
and like a machine on autopilot, you find yourself in front of his door. It's a out-of-the-way office. It's doesn't seem very big. Seems like an administrative office more than anything else.
Malice will knock on the door.
And you'll hear him say to enter.
Malice will enter.
Ha. You have returned.
I have, and as I said last night, we've got a big fucking problem.
Shut the door behind you.
Miles closes the door. I'll walk closer to Mangini's desk and have a seat.
He kind of leans forward, his fingers now kind of folded together in a sort of anticipatory way.
Malice is sitting on the chair. He's not fully comfortable, no matter what. Ready to move if he has to. The issue you sent me to take care of, well, has been dealt with,
Good.
but I can't tell you where the body is. What I can tell you is he is dead. And when I arrived at his place, instead of him, his body, or anything else to indicate he's even been there other than his car's in the parking lot, I found Mercy unconscious, tied to a chair with a fucking bomb in her chest.
I'm sorry, what?
Instead of finding David in his apartment, knowing he's dead, in his place I found Mercy tied to a chair with a bomb in her chest. That little fracas you heard about this morning, late, right before fucking sunrise, was the bomb I ripped out of her chest.
He seems to swear something in a language that you don't know, but based on his tone, he's swearing.
I can't say who it was, but somehow it all ties back to Joseph. And that's all I know.
Joseph.
Gutenberg.
The Tremere.
And yeah,
The Tremere.
he's as tied to this as I am. I don't know how. I don't know through whom.
Them warlocks.
But they have to be awful goddamn powerful to overpower Mercy the way they did and can incapacitate her.
Was she alone?
She was alone, tied to a chair with a bomb in her chest. I would show you the bomb, but it kind of blew up and left a smoking crater over there, not too far from little David's apartment. I had planned on blowing up the apartment, but fuck. It was all I could do to get her out of there and get the bomb out of her in time.
Christ
If
almighty.
Mangini looks close, he will see that Malice is still in pain. He's mostly healed, but he'll still see the marks from where Malice dove through the window. If Malice is to turn his head.
I don't doubt that this is true. Warlock fucks. Why can't they just leave well enough alone?
It'd be best if they were just taken off the board to begin with, but I ain't had no say in that until recently.
No, you cannot get rid of a warlock there like a cockroach. They will
Prince Calhoun has opened the city to fair game for any anarchs, and, well, he's right at the top of that list.
Unless said anarchs were to offer themselves to a blood bond.
Yeah, but I wouldn't believe it even if he did go through with the bond. That snake will find a way to crawfish out of anything.
So you have more dealings with him than I do?
Not many, not much, and he was generally one that, as far as Magdalene went, said that if he gave you his word, he'd follow it to the letter, but if he don't give his word, all bets are off and anything's possible.
Where is Mercy?
She's at the hotel. Have a mostly trusted individual looking after at the moment. I got her conscious. I think she tried to heal. And I helped her hunt, so, I think it's gonna take a while for her to heal fully from this. It's nasty.
Well, she took after the other side of the Nagaraja bloodline in that she's hearty.
Yeah. Most of the time, so as I said, whoever did this had to be awful powerful
Yes.
to do what they done to her. And not only knock her out and incapacitate her, but to open her up and put a bomb in her chest as well.
Well, once incapacitated, there's nothing you can do. Except to watch.
So,
This is...
if there is nothing else you need from me, do you mind if I go through the stores and make sure I have enough to get her back up to health?
Even if you were to attempt to feed her every night, it would take weeks.
I'm aware. I'm not trying to do it all in one night. I helped her hunt before I come to see you, or I'd have been here earlier.
It might be safer for her to move here.
Alright.
This way, she can be protected and we can hide her away.
Okay.
Give her time to heal.
Is there anything else that I need to do?
I'm curious, however. You say you didn't see the body?
No,
Then how
there
do you...
was no body.
Then how do you know he is dead?
Those gifts we have, those visions, senses we share. Some of us more keenly attuned than others.
Yes, I'm aware. And that is the feeling that you have.
Oh, he was dead just a few hours before I got there. And in his place, as I said, I found mercy. You'll see for yourself, not the true extent of it, but when I return, you will see for yourself what was done to mercy.
Then I
I did
suppose
the
it
best I
is
could to
mercy.
stitch it back up.
Then I suppose it is mercy you should be thanking for your allowance back into this place.
I do. Without her, I would be nothing.
So long as you
And I'm
acknowledge
keenly
that.
aware. I am the most acutely and keenly aware of what I owe and to whom I owe it.
Good. Good, good. Then, so long as you are aware of that, I suppose the business that I asked of you is done. And what you requested for education shall be granted to you if you have time. This is going to take a lot of time.
I will devote what I can in between. Well, how do I say this? Not only is not only has everything with David seemed to have gone sideways, it seems that there's an entire shit show with the Anarchs. Nobody's entirely sure how they've been able to move in and about as freely as they have, and not hearing any word of them. for several months now. The way they so easily moved in on the ball, the way they seem to have moved in so easily and readily and taken care of Mercy. Yes, there are things that I need to do at home, but I will make sure Mercy is here first.
Well, then I suppose you have a choice to make. Which is your priority?
Well, making sure Mercy is safe and taken care of, and then I will deal with what I need to in hunting down Mr. Gutenberg.
You have no worries. Once Mercy is here, she will be safe.
I do have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Since I don't need to remove anything for Mercy so that Mercy can eat, do we have any unclaimed bodies that I might be able to use to help fortify the perimeter that I need to?
For a Walking Dead kind of a look.
Absolutely. Fill a couple tunnels under the ground. So if anybody comes through, I might have a bit of warning before they move anywhere they ain't supposed to, like towards me.
Do you have a way to get them where they're supposed to go?
Do I know where Mercy's ambulance is?
You didn't see it at the apartment.
No.
So if she went there in her ambulance is gone.
Yeah. It would appear that whoever got the drop on Mercy got her ambulance too.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
I suppose I can lend mine. Or my hearses, or whatever it is. You know, I have a lot of strings.
Yes. I'll be making a trip to the veterinary hospital as well.
But I suppose that is a very good question, though. What is your priority? Your education? Or the security of the Camarilla?
My education and Mercy's safety.
That's good to hear. Family first, after all.
Katarina keeps telling me it'd be a terrible waste.
Family first, after all. And we are family, right?
As much as any kindred can be.
The Hecata are family.
We are an extremely dysfunctional family at best.
But we are still family, are we not?
Family, well, no matter how much I hate them, they're family.
You'll get over it.
How many centuries does it take?
Depends. Depends who you hate and how much you hate them. But I doubt that you
You'd
hate
think with-
Katharina that much.
You'd think with Magdalene dead, that hate would be gone and buried. Somehow it burns brighter and hotter than it ever did.
Well, for me, good riddance to Magdalene. She was separating herself from the family far too much, and you know, that's
Yet,
getting her involved in
yet
this
those
war.
ties to Joseph Gutenberg still persist.
Getting ourselves too involved. We are not involved in their war.
I will have to take some time, as I did promise Mr. Rodney Drummond that I would be assisting him as best I was able in some of the security.
I see. Well, we should get to it then.
Does that mean I have access to a hearse or an ambulance?
For tonight. But, if it comes back with a scratch, I'm going to have you pay for the bill.
Alright, I will be back. Malice is going to, thank you very much, sir. I will be back shortly, and when I return, I will be leaving Mercy in your care, and I will be borrowing that vehicle.
Of course. Have fun tinkering.
Yeah. Malice is just gonna laugh and walk out the door.
And with that, Malice leaves behind the dawn of the Hakata in the city of Jackson. Where are you off to now? To do exactly as you said? To get Mercy together?
Get Mercy back. Get Mercy together. Back to the hospital. Well, Malice is going to take a moment
Mm-hmm.
with the bodies in his room to do what Malice does. He ain't trying to preserve this shit right now. It's time for ashes to ashes, and then he's going to go get Mercy and take her back to the hospital.
Ashes to Ashes is...
Oblivion.
It
Arouse check.
destroys bodies, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Okay. How much does it disintegrate?
It depends on how effectively I make my roll for...
For the...
what is it?
For the power? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then, make your first roll for your power.
Alright. The rouse check is a... Let's see. Give me just a second. Come on. I had it. Oh, where did you go? That is Stamina Oblivion.
Okay.
Nine, 4, 5, 6. Critical.
6 on a critical. Alright. So...
And I am going to take a stain for the critical success on the rouse.
Oh, you rolled a 10 on your rouse for that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then you will take a stain. You call forth the disintegrating power of the nothingness you control. You say the words, you make the motions, you allow yourself to be taken by that darkness for a brief moment as the matter in front of you, all of it, disintegrates into ash. What's left is nothing but dry dust. But you feel, as you're closing off this little breach in the veil that you've created, that perhaps a little piece of you went with it. But we'll have...
Malice will take a small container to scoop up the ash to save for a ritual later, and then go grab Mercy and leave.
All right. Taking Mercy back to the hospital where Don Mangini sets her up a place in the morgue where she can safely sleep in one of those little body cupboards. Safely tucked away. No one will know. No one will ever suspect. No one will find her. You have the Dawn's word on that.
I will hold you to it. I appreciate it as well. And Malice will take the keys to whatever vehicle, whether it be hearse or ambulance, and ask, which bodies am I allowed to, take for this?
Well, and you see that he's pulled one out onto an operating table, and kind of looks over at you. Well, this particular John Doe did not ever come back with any clues as to who he is. He's scheduled to be cremated and buried somewhere in the mausoleum, gotten rid of effectively.
We can place an urn. We can place an urn there anyhow.
And, no. So far as they can tell, no one will miss him. So, he is yours to take.
Malice will,
Obviously.
make sure he's loaded in a bag and covered, and, make his way to whatever vehicle it was that Mangini gave him.
And you would see that there's a hearse parked outside.
That's great. And then Malice is going to make his way to a veterinary clinic to see if he can find any dead animals. Or create some. Whichever happens first.
We'll come back to that, as I need to take a quick break. So, we'll be back, everyone, with War in the Soul City. So, don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to War in the Soul City, episode 15. Malice had some things that he wished to do before the scene closed. So, he wanted to go and check out the local veterinary hospital and or the streets for strays to turn into servants of his will, one might say. So, how do you go about doing that, mister? Mojo?
Malice knows that a city this size has an animal control that goes around and does nothing but picks up dead animals.
Mm-hmm.
And typically brings them back to one of the hospitals, either for burial or for cremation, and they don't always get right to them. So Malice is going to go see what he can take off their hands.
So you, being your everyday citizen, how do you intend to do that?
Mm,
Are you planning on breaking in to get them?
if I have to, if I can't find any on my own on the way there, yeah.
Okay, so if you're driving and you're kind of looking around, then for that, I'm gonna call for let's see. Let's see. Because that's gonna be a wits.
Investigation
I'm
or
gonna say awareness.
awareness. All right.
You're trying to look out for any kind of roadkill on the sides that hasn't been gotten to yet as of at the moment.
Yeah. Okay.
But it is also while you're driving, so it might be a little bit
2,
higher.
3.
3. You don't see any right off because it's dark, obviously, and you're driving, so you have to keep your eyes on the forward pace of the road in order to be able to, drive safely and not, get a ticket. Because that would be unfortunate.
Yeah, fail involved.
Yep. So what do you plan to do instead?
Oh, Malice is still making his way to the
Veterinary
clinic
hospital.
to see if he can
Okay.
find any of the bodies.
Okay. And as I said, you come across as an ordinary individual. You don't exactly have access to a veterinary clinic because you deal with humans.
It should be closed this time of night, so he's going to be paying particular attention to the security.
Okay. So you're intending to
And
break in?
yep, and doing his best not to set off any of the alarms in the process.
Okay. So that is going to be... I'm just going to call for a general wits larceny.
Son of a... Let's see. Son of a bitch. And I can do nothing because that's all wits.
Huh?
That is a messy critical.
Oh no.
But that is a 4 critical.
4 on a crit. Okay. 4 on a messy crit. Well, for one, you do take on a compulsion.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say it's the harm compulsion. You really want to hurt something. And you want to hurt them good.
Okay.
The frustration that you're feeling about Joseph is just kind of getting under your skin more so than usual. You're usually pretty cool and calm and collected about it, but for some reason, just the fact that he's made an attempt on Mercy and you at the same time by planting a bomb on her, you can't wait to see him because you just want to rip his throat out. In fact, anyone will suffice at this moment.
Is there a more unfortunate security guard around?
There is a poor unfortunate security guard that you have kind of caught the attention of a little bit. As, he saw you on the tape coming in, that you'd gotten past the door, and, just wanted to stop you to check you out, because obviously you're not supposed to be here.
Well.
That poor unfortunate security guard. But you're in.
Yeah. Keeping an eye on security cameras. Uh, where they're located, where there might be blind spots.
You see a
Uh,
couple. You do see a couple kind of lining this particular like somewhat larger entryway because this is um this is like the front entrance kind of lobby area of the
yeah.
clinic because they do service and take in live animal
Right.
patients,
Right.
but for emergency services and that, but they as you said, also take care of any roadkill.
Yeah. Well. Um.
But this gentleman's kind of walking up to you and kind of puts a hand up and says, "What are you doing here?"
Malice doesn't say a word. He just keeps walking towards him.
Okay, you could stop right there.
Malice isn't gonna stop.
And this guy kind of, gets up from his seat, and he's a bit of a portly fella. He's kind of just walking towards you a little bit.
When he got up and stood up and started to come around the counter, Malice is gonna run at him.
Oh shit!
Yep.
All right, and what are you doing?
Malice is going to incapacitate him by any means with that messy critical and the harm compulsion.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm
Okay.
thinking there might be a huge chunk out of this man. Uh, Viscous. Lore sheet. I can eat and do aggravated damage and get rid of any hunger at the same time.
Oh. So you're just gonna bite a chunk out of this man's like shoulder.
Throat.
Okay.
You said I wanted throat, so I'm going for the throat.
You're going for the throat. Okay. Um. Well. Yeah. It's easy to overpower him. He's just a big, portly, bald guy who's sitting at a security desk, and poor Sap didn't stand a chance.
Um,
There goes my attempt at chunk.
I'm sorry. I didn't know this was supposed to be junk.
You've killed him. That's fine.
I'm sorry. Um, and Malice is just going to stand there T-posing over the dead body.
And you certainly can, because this man is, now that a chunk of his throat is ripped out, and there's he's essentially either choking or suffocating. You can't tell which, on blood and all of that stuff, and can't really scream anymore because his vocal cords have been ripped out too.
And then
He's just writhing on the
Malice
ground.
Malice is going to bite his wrist and pump a rouse into the open wound.
Okay, then make a rouse check for me.
That's a success.
How? You have
What
rolled
do you mean?
five. You have rolled 5 rouse checks today. How are you?
6.
That is
I don't know. It's a 10.
statistically hard, but okay. You pour a rouse check of your own blood into the gaping wound of this person's throat. You're not certain what it'll do. You
No,
know,
I
you
don't.
know it's enough to ghoul somebody.
But I don't know if it's going to be enough to save him in any way.
You don't know that. You've never done that before.
Nope. I don't. I'm just hoping.
Well, he's certainly writhing on the ground, and it seems like he can't speak.
Well, that's either going to do what it does or not. Malice is going to quickly look for security area and be taking any keys, key card access, or anything like that off the security guard.
You take all of his access off of him from his belt and other pouches and things. He's he's trying to grab out at you to try and still stop you because it seems like he's not going down just yet.
Malice turns around and looks at him. Just lay there.
And he's kind of just a little confused, but he obliges.
And then Malice will continue to go on about what he was doing.
Okay. Well, now that you're inside and you've incapacitated the security guard and gotten all of the access cards, it is not hard for you to find where the morgue of this particular veterinary clinic is, to claim the animal bodies that you would like and make off with them.
Malice is also going to check on the security system. Is this one of those that uses closed circuit TVs, that still uses any kind of recording device, or is there some kind of recording device in the security office as well?
So the entryway has the where the security guard was sitting has the CCTVs that
Mm-hmm.
that have all of that on like a computer monitor, and all of it's all pulled up. But because it's on a computer, you don't know if it's stored locally or on a server.
Well, that's why I was trying to see if there's a security room in the building that has not just his CCTVs that he's monitoring from the front desk, where they might be storing it on site. That's what I was looking for.
That would be a wits technology to find out and see if you could figure out where that is. Because I would imagine that sort of thing isn't labeled.
Um, 3.
Yeah, going a once over between here and the mooring, you don't really see a room that indicates anything aside from like a janitor's closet. Um, you don't think it's on this floor, at least not in this wing.
Um, are there any of the building diagrams anywhere that I've passed?
There's a couple of fire escape maps above, like one of the.
Sometimes studying those will help you determine where things might be.
It's the fire escape route map that you see indicates for this floor only.
Okay.
So. So
No,
it's
I'm
not
not
clearly
going to.
marked.
I'm not going to fool around too much with it. Malice is going to go to the computer and see if he can erase the footage from this evening. At least on this computer, anyhow.
Mm-hmm. Since you've not used this system before, to my knowledge, that's gonna be that's gonna be a wits technology.
Don't fail me now. That's a 5 critical, and it's not messy.
Oh, okay. You spend some time looking at it, just a little bit of time, because it seems like a pretty easy to use interface. You look at the the individual the individual camera shots, and you kind of look at some of them, and some of them do indicate that they're pointing directly at this station, and you can see the gentleman is still lying on the ground, just kind of staring at you as you're working at his station. He's not dead.
As I work on the computer, trying to erase this footage, casually look over at the man, and I walk over, kneel down. All right. Let me see what I can do to help plug this hole a touch. And why don't you show me how to take care of the security, and then do you just nod yes or no? Do you store the video footage on site?
He tries to say no, but then also kind of shakes his head.
Okay. It's all stored off site?
He tries to say yes, but realizes that nothing
As-
comes out.
As I said, just shake your head yes or no. Yes or no. Do you understand? Okay. So
And he
everything's
nods his
off
head.
site. Do you have access to alter the video footage from tonight?
No. He shakes his head
Do you know
no.
where it's located?
No.
Do you know who would have that information?
Kind of shrugs like a maybe.
Okay. Malice is going to continue trying to patch this hole. Does it look like he's going to make it heal and mend?
Strangely, he stopped bleeding.
With my knowledge of medicine, I'm asking if I can check to see if this man is going to survive the wounds that I have inflicted upon his body.
You would know he shouldn't.
I'm aware he shouldn't, but I'm checking everything vitals, his state. I know it's going to be a long time before this man ever speaks again, if ever.
He there's it's a little surprising that he's breathing based on your initial analysis. It's labored. You're fairly certain that his heart rate is shot up tremendously because trauma, because physical trauma.
Yeah.
And so in that regard, he should be bleeding out, but for some reason he's not. Take with that what you will.
Alright. Well, there's nothing for that huge gaping hole other than to cover it. So, Malice is going to take his undershirt and rip about a 3-inch section from the hem up off to wrap around his throat.
And this guy is, flinching because he doesn't want you to touch him anymore.
I'm not gonna hurt you anymore.
He just kind of shakes his head and, kind of backs away, and
Malice pops him in the head. Stop fighting.
he's
Open palm. Just smacks
he's
him in the forehead.
yeah. He's being more compliant now, but he's kind of tearing up, and the shock is setting in.
And if you stop fighting me, I'll take you to somebody that might be able to help with this. I'm not sure yet. And Malice will have loaded the bodies that he needs. He's locking everything back up, and he's going to take the security guard with him.
Okay. Congratulations. You now have a Gould security guard with no vocal cords.
He's going to have to write everything down from now on.
And I'm gonna need you to take 2 stains for that.
Certainly.
For being violent and for ghouling him. Because that is not how we work in civil society. But moving right along, Malice has what he needs for the things he wants to do. But then we find ourselves at Elysium, where Ken and Rodney have taken the time to make themselves presentable, to the best of their ability anyway. Rodney is kind of cleaned up a little bit in the best way that he can. Ken obviously wearing something a little more appropriate to be presentable. And is there anything the 2 of you would like to say or do before the 2 of you arrive at Elysium? Since you both have errands here, obviously.
So why are you attending Elysium?
We need help. I'm trying to secure some of that. I'm trying to do whatever I can to help us out. I know I cock things up a lot, but I need to start showing that I can be a part of this coterie and pull my own weight, as opposed to being the new guy.
Fair point. Just, try not to owe anyone anything too major. We don't need, leverage being used under our butts.
I'm sure that what I'm asking, I will have to owe someone something.
Oh yes, you'll always have to owe somebody something. Just keep it to a minimum.
Yes.
After all, bargains are what our society works on.
What are you here for?
Bargains. And he taps the rolls of paper that he has tucked under his arm.
It must be important to bring you to court. I didn't think that you would like being here.
I don't, but I have a certain set of skills that is sometimes required by others. And Elysium is usually the best place to find my clientele.
Understandable. Sometime we'll have to talk about that set of skills, so you have to tell me about it.
Perhaps. Or perhaps you'll see it in action. We'll see. Where things are going, it may end up being the lighter. I hope not, but
Well, time to make my rounds then, I guess. Good luck, Rodney.
yes. And you.
And as the 2
Try
of
not to make anyone angry.
you enter, you're greeted by Harpy Kyla Harvey as as you as you enter, and she smiles at you, Ken, briefly, and says, "It's a pleasure to see you."
Ah, it is always a pleasure to be seen. I thank you for such a warm welcome for someone like me.
Yes, it is because our keeper is not with us anymore that I'm stuck here introducing people to the room instead of being in the club where I belong. But I suppose that isn't why you're here. Why are you
No,
here, Mr. Tanaka?
I came to seek some help and to put my ear to the ground.
Ear to the ground? You mean you want to collect the hearsay of the entire court?
Anything that is information can be useful. I find that sometimes when we have a lack of direction, having something to go on.
Oh, lack of direction? I thought the dig crew was going in a solid direction against the Anarchs, but I suppose they're getting sidetracked by the different things going on lately, huh? Oh no.
Oh no.
My internet briefly burped. Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
You back?
Hi. My internet derped slightly. Thankfully, I'm locally recording, so I don't have to worry about that. But Carla, Harpy Harvey was saying to you, Ken, oh, is it that the dig crew has gotten sidetracked?
No, they are all tracking down their own leads. I just am trying to figure out the way to pull my own weight and help them.
Oh. Poor little deadweight. Quite literal if you think about it. But what can we here at Elysium do for you?
One of our. We find ourselves in need of another heavy for to help cover patrols while we enact a plan that I'm going to try to draw out some of the Anarchs within striking distance. We don't want to leave a hole for them to slip through. They've been doing that somehow already.
Oh. A hole in the defenses of the dig crew. She says that a little bit louder.
I don't know if it's our defenses, but
Truthfully, if the truth be told, I'm fairly sure it's not coming through our domain.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Not according to Kenny Boy here.
Kenny Boy is not up to date on all information.
And I suppose that you are, Mr. Drummond.
I do my best.
Then please inform me.
Of what in particular do you wish to be informed?
Everything. I want to know everything. I'm the Harpy, after all. I announce everything to do with this court.
Our border itself has been rather quiet. I do hear the borders to the south have been rather busy, though.
Oh,
Seems the hounds have been rather wrapped up with the animals of late.
go on.
What else is to be said? They're busy, and our borders have been quiet. Although I wonder why that is.
Yes, I wonder. I wonder if that has something to do with the fact that Kenny Boy here is a newcomer to our lovely court.
Hmm.
Measures
He
have been
certainly,
taken that I can't betray you all.
Of
he's
course.
certainly been watched a lot.
Of course, of course. And you see another individual, a gentleman, start walking up towards the conversation, having, you know, sat idly by for a moment, but starts walking towards you. Kind of long dreads, pale eyes, the a kind of milk chocolate skin. He's rather pretty.
Do I recognize this man?
Make me a wits politics.
Yeah, I was wondering if I would know him.
That's a wits politics.
Copy that.
Oh, that could have been worse. Hell yeah.
You've maybe seen him a bit before, but you can't recall who he is.
So I don't know who his name is. Damn it.
White? Maybe? Mr. White? You're not sure.
White.
Harvey. I'm sure you have other things you need to be attending to. Why bother with such dreadful neonates? She kind of looks towards this newer individual to the conversation and says to him, "Are you intending to take them off my hands, Mr. Wright? So please do so." And
Right. Mr. Austin Wright. Yes. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
pleasure. Let's stop bothering the harpy. Of course, she has other things that she must be doing, I'm sure. And you know, let's talk.
I apologize for monopolizing your time, Harpy Harvey.
It was a pleasure. And Rodney actually takes off his hat and gives her a little bow.
And Harpy Harvey takes this moment to go back to the entryway because she would rather stare at that beautiful door. Or at least it seems that way. Austin Wright, I believe we haven't met.
Yes, I am Ken Tanaka.
Yeah, I've heard about you. You're coterie mates with my girl Dana.
Ah.
Been keeping up on the date crew, kind of keeping my ears open for You know, little things that I might hear now and again. And, you caught my ear tonight.
Knowledge is power, after all. That's what they say.
So what's this that the dig crew needs another coterie mate?
Well, I'm setting up something to try to draw out some of the anarchs within striking distance, and could
Ballsy.
use them. I need to do something to prove that I'm on this side. People second guess me and
Of course
keep
they
me at
do.
arm's length.
Of course they do. You're a neonate, for one. Or fletchling? How old are you?
I'll tell them how old I am. I don't correctly remember.
Oh, so you are a baby.
Yes.
Right. First thing you should learn about court. Don't admit to anything.
This is good to know.
Let them keep guessing. It's more fun that way, by the way. If they want to assume something, let them. Don't correct them. Especially the harpy.
I'm very new at this.
It's evident.
You are putting it quite nicer than Dano, but
That's part of her charm.
you could say that.
And it's half the reason I embraced her.
I can think of two other reasons too, but
I can think of several.
Oh, wow. And what reasons do you think those are, Mr. Drummond?
Well, she's quite clever, isn't she?
There's that. She's pretty clever.
And she's skilled
Mm-hmm.
in many different ways.
behind the wits and sarcasm, there is a drive and a intellect that it's hard to describe.
You haven't started becoming enamored with her, have you?
Oh God, no.
Just you wait. It'll happen. It's a very Toreador thing to do. Become enamored with some people that you find yourself close to.
Well, I, for one, find myself with a deep respect.
Respect is definitely something I have for her, though I don't know how much flower there is, but I do know there's quite a few thorns in that one.
Uh,
She can at least play the part if she wants to.
when she wants to. She does it pretty well, but, I don't know. I guess there's more layers to that onion.
Yeah,
Sure, there's
and the
more
more
than
we
any of
peel
us.
back, the more it makes us cry.
I'm sure there's more layers than any of us will ever know.
Look at this guy being poetic. About onions, no less.
I will leave you two to it. And as Rodney moves to step away, he leans in to Ken and says, try to keep it short and sweet.
I will.
So, Kenny boy, Mr. Tanaka, what's you prefer?
You can call me whatever you wish. I've
Make a decision on that, boy.
You can call me Ken.
There we are. Ken, you said you need a heavy.
If I can secure the services of one, yes.
Did you have somebody in mind?
No, that's why I am here. I wanted to see if I could find out any of the rumors that are going around and see if I could curry favor with someone that might know someone that could help.
Well, what'd you bring to offer?
As you know, I'm fresh here. I don't have much aside from my gifts.
Everybody's got their gifts.
Yes.
So what do you bring to the table?
Well,
I mean, obviously you're good looking. I mean, I noticed you across the room. Not saying something.
I'm good at talking my way into places, sneaking around a bit, and sometimes I notice things that are going to happen before they happen.
Well, I'd say you're more of an expert at putting your foot in your mouth.
That is very true.
So I've yet to see that part. Yeah, playing a little tricksy.
Yes, I'm reminded by Dana that I'm not the smartest man always, but
You don't have to be smart. Just gotta be in the right place at the right time. Even idiots can be in the right place at the right time.
yes,
But I don't think you're an idiot.
I'm perhaps a little too honest for my own good.
Honesty isn't a bad thing. It can get you in more trouble than not in our little secret society. You know, we have to keep secrets. We have to lie to the general populace out there that we are what we aren't. So, honesty isn't always the best policy, but being honest with yourself, yeah, that can go either way. But being good at something is always useful.
The only other thing that I know that I'm good at is, well, art. But that is more of a subjective thing, and not
Art's
really.
always subjective.
Yes, and it's not always the most useful skill to have, but it's something that I've gotten better at even now, past becoming what I am.
Well, did you bring your portfolio? I don't see a portfolio bag in your hand.
I do mural work on the sides of buildings mostly.
Oh,
And I'll pull out, um, I guess I'll pull up my phone and just pull up a couple of pictures
oh,
of stuff that I've done. Oh
mm-mm-mm.
wait, there is no. Oh wait, I can't remember. Are phones not good or not?
The Camera Lab generally frowns upon all technology.
Okay, because I've played in games where it was both ways, and I uh I always forget. I'm sorry.
Especially since you're in Elysium.
Yes. Um, I'll name off some places that I've done work in.
And you're still up?
Well, the thing that I like about my art is it has a lifespan. it doesn't stay pretty forever. Eventually, it gets painted over,
Oh,
and
that's
that's that.
unfortunate.
But I think that fleetingness is what makes it more beautiful.
Hmm. Interesting. Well, I'll have to keep that in mind. I'll have to see some of your portfolio at some point. But,
I'll take some pictures for you.
you know, getting good quality pictures at night, though, that's tricky. I happen
Well,
to know a
it's been bright up.
photographer.
Oh, that would work. I was thinking about just going to like a library or something and finding old newspaper articles that I know that I've been in.
Oh, interesting. Well, if that's all you have to offer, then you're not gonna get very far. What about news on the town? Do you know the news? News from the front lines.
The only thing that I can say that I know is somehow the Anarchs are pulling things off, but they're not showing a way that they're getting in and out. There's no activity on our lines above or below the streets. I don't know about other people's domains that they could be passing through.
Hmm. Well, look, kid, I can see you're trying. And you are basically roommates with my daughter. Ish. Child. So, I might cut you a little slack. What do you need exactly?
Someone that's good of a fight for maybe a few nights to cover while we enact the plans.
And you don't have connections to the Hound Spencer Quinn? Or even our Scourge?
I don't know if I have the clout to pull them in. I was looking more to try to. I tell you the truth, I don't know how all of this operates.
That's
Being
obvious.
truthful,
That's very
I'm
obvious.
still, I'm still very new at this, and I'm learning the lay of the land, and just trying to get done what I can. That's within my power, which isn't much.
Well, coming to the table empty-handed. It's a little bit of an insult. You know, you come around asking somebody to give you a little bit of help with something without offering something really substantial in return. Yeah, that depending on who you go to, that can really bite you in the ass. Sometimes literally. You know, depending on who you're talking to.
The only other secret I know of is one about myself, though I don't know how that useful that would be.
I mean, everybody's kind of itching to know who you are.
I had a friend look into my. Oh, somehow I accidentally exited out of stuff.
Oh,
Can you still hear me?
yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay, sorry. I somehow pressed a combination of buttons that shut all of my browsers.
Oh no.
I thought my computer crashed for a second.
Oh no.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
So I had him look into my lineage, and apparently I'm descended from someone famous.
No.
It was Helena, correct?
Yes, it was.
Oh, I am descended from someone in the line from Helena.
Succubus Club, Helena.
Yes, that's what I've heard.
Holy shit. That's impressive. You, Anarchborn. Huh. I would have thought that she'd have kept a tighter leash on some of her offspring, but I guess not.
There is a black sheep in every family.
Well, of course there is, but nobody likes to expose them, so.
Very true.
Huh. I wonder which sheep actually fell off the ladder. Wasn't your sire, was it?
I have no idea. My sire. I know pretty much why she embraced me, but she didn't teach me a lot of things. I think she just liked having me around.
Typical Anarch, right?
Yes.
That's why they're idiots. They don't take care of their own. Don't look after them. Consider the embrace a willy-nilly fling of passion, and when the passion's gone, gone in the wind. Well, it's a very good thing that you have come back to the fold then, little black sheep.
Yes. Thank you for your advice tonight, by the way. It is, I know you don't need to help someone like me.
Yeah. Consider what you just said to me payment enough.
I know that name carries a lot of weight, and if people find out that I have a lot to live up to.
I'm fairly certain the rest of this room knows by now.
Probably.
Seneschal's always listening.
Well, it wasn't something that I wanted or cared to keep secret anyways.
He kind of looks over to the Seneschal, and you see that that Prince Calhoun is also sitting next to her, and they're sitting fairly close. But it looks like they're both holding a cup of tea in front of their faces, occasionally looking like they're sipping it. You can't really tell if they are or not. Not from this distance, anyway. Well, did you have other business to attend to, Mr. Tanaka?
No, I only came to put my ear to the ground and try to curry some kind of favor to get some help that we need. I didn't know how else to go about it, so I figured a shot in the dark is better than sitting on my ass and waiting for something to happen.
Smart move. I might be able to get you connected to somebody. But it kind of depends on what you can do for me in return. I mean, of course, we want to keep our borders very safe. So, I would be willing to do it as an IOU.
Yes, everything has a price.
So,
If there is a matter that you think I can help in, I would gladly help.
Of course, of course. You know, I'll get you in touch with somebody. And then we'll call it an IOU. Or you owe me in that regard.
I understand.
Deal. Then,
I'll reach my hand out and shake his hand.
and he'll shake yours in return, and he's got a pretty solid grip. Nothing that feels like it's out of the ordinary for someone his size, but it's confident. You feel confidence in that handshake. Something you could potentially learn.
Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Wright.
Remember, kid, don't admit to anything. It's more fun that way.
I'll try not to stick both feet in my mouth.
Yeah, your jaw was kind of this far down your chest. Well, I got shit to get to, so.
Have a wonderful evening.
And you too. And he starts to walk away somewhere else into the vicinity. But Rodney stepped away long before that. Rodney, where are you going? Oh, you're muted.
Rodney makes his way for our dear Sheriff Galvin.
Sheriff Galvin, the ever-present and ever-watchful sheriff, so they say. You start to approach in his direction. He's kind of musing over something. You're not entirely sure what exactly. Seems like a slip of paper that's probably no bigger than maybe the length of your finger and only that wide. And he's just kind of staring at it continuously. Kind of got a hand to his chin, kind of almost as if he's stroking a beard, but there's no beard there. There's only bandages.
Does something vex you, Sheriff?
No. And he kind of takes the paper and sticks it in a front pocket and kind of shoves it deep into that pocket and looks up at you. His sitting in a chair, one leg folded over the other. His long, lanky form. Somehow, you're not entirely sure where it is he found this suit, but it fits him perfectly. And it's somewhat impressive given his stature. Given that he's somewhere close to 8 feet tall, standing up.
I have completed the request.
You have.
Yes. But I would like to discuss with you payment.
Payment. Of course.
Yes.
I made this request of you. I was expecting that you would have something, of course.
I would like to hold on to it as a boon of sorts. to cash in when necessity arises.
A boon.
Yes. Is that agreeable to you?
Typically, we do work on boons, yes. I made this request of you at the behest of our dear prince.
Then is it he that I should be talking to about payment?
What do you think, Mr. Drummond?
Of course, sir. Would you like to review my work before I speak with him?
Of course. And he kind of opens up his very spindly, very large hand for the papers.
Rodney will offer him the papers. And the work would be very beautiful and neat.
Mm-hmm.
And done in such a way that is
Unexpected for somebody that looks like Rodney. Should look very nice.
He kind of looking at the papers that you've presented him. He kind of it's almost as if he can decipher what order they're supposed to go in. If there's like a layout blueprint, he sticks the papers that are supposed to go to side by side together and the top and bottom together and things of that sort. He seems to be able to organize them as far as like in the correct order. If you whether you tried to disorganize them or not, he seems to have caught on to the patterns that you were implementing. And he kind of stares at them for a moment, kind of looking them over as if he's memorizing them. Interesting work, Mr. Drummond. Impressive.
Thank you very much, Sheriff.
So, you think this can be implemented within a few days?
Absolutely.
That's good to hear. I want you on it first thing tomorrow.
Of course.
You will, of course, be paid for your work.
As would be expected.
The security of this city is important to me, Mr. Drummond. It is my one and only function in this city, you understand.
Of course. Security of this city is rather important to myself as well. After all, it is where we live.
Then you understand the gravity of the situation.
I believe I am coming to an understanding.
These anarchs must be done away with.
Yes.
They threaten all of us.
Yes. Yes, they do.
I'm glad we have an understanding.
As am I. Thank you very much for your time.
Of course.
Rodney will give a little bow of his head, and then he will look to the prince. I'm assuming Galvin has not given him the plans back.
You're free to take them back if you want.
Yep. He's taken.
It's not like he's taken them and rolled them up and stuck them somewhere. He's just has them on the table.
Actually, he will leave the plans with. No, he will take the plans. Even though he's got it all in his head, it's fine. And he turns to make his way towards the prince.
All right. You see that Prince Calhoun and Seneschal Howell are sitting rather close together, each of them with a teacup kind of held close to their chest. Kind of just watching the room, occasionally looking to each other, occasionally taking a sip from their cups. But you begin to approach, and Prince Calhoun kind of puts his hand up as if to stop you.
He stops and waits.
After a moment, Prince Calhoun calls to you. What is it?
I wish to thank you for the opportunity that you have allowed me, my prince.
Of course, Mr. Drummond.
And I have made the request through Sheriff Galvin that payment for the request be made through a boon. Is this acceptable?
A boon from our good sheriff. Have you arranged it with him?
Yes.
Then I do not know why it is that you're talking to me.
Simply a courtesy.
I appreciate the courtesy, Mr. Drummond. But as you can see, I'm in the middle of something.
Of course. I wish you a good evening, Prince Calhoun. And to you, Sheriff Seneschal.
Good evening, Mr. Drummond.
And with that, Rodney will leave, assuming that that's fine with the prince.
And you make your way back to where Ken is. And Ken has finished up his conversation with Austin, it seems. And the two of you now stand in the room together.
Time to go.
Yes,
Yes, yes. Please, now.
You're not sure what it is, but that hideous voice just grates on you like nails on a chalkboard.
Rodney
Rodney
moves
take a minute to center himself, and so he can deal with it. I need more practice at this. There's more and more is becoming apparent of how young I am. I'm not used to this kind of society.
You'll get used to it. Assuming you don't get yourself killed first.
That might be the easy way out.
Well, if that's the way that you want to go, then by all means, don't let me stop you. The sun should come up in a few hours.
I'm not that suicidal. Well, I have something to talk to you about on the ride back.
The two of you go to the vehicle.
Do you remember what I asked you a day or two ago?
Remind me.
I am looking for backup, and you can be around without being seen. I'm going to stage an event in the Anarch territory to try to draw them out. I'm going to have Liv on support, and I'd like to have your eyes and ears there as well.
I will do what I can, but I have another job to do.
I understand. It will probably be tonight or tomorrow.
Also, can I say, be a little wary of Mr. Wright.
I'm a little wary of everybody at this point. I don't know who is a true ally yet.
I
Aside from
wouldn't
our.
trust him as far as I could throw him,
Oh, I don't.
and I doubt he would let you throw him very far. Um,
I'm not
the
even
last,
sure who in our coterie even trusts me or I can trust, so.
the reason I say be wary of Mr. Wright is he was the attack, the target of the last large push that the Anarchs made into Camarilla territory.
I see.
And I do believe I heard him mention that he was Dana's parent.
Yes, that is an interesting development.
Yes, yes. Somehow I find him dubious, at best. Just be wary of him. Uh,
Oh, I am. Anyone that would embrace Dana on a whim.
I
I
doubt it
don't
was on.
know. I don't know. I can see the logic in it, but I also see other things in it as well. It just. Something doesn't sit right with me with him.
How, how much do you know about Dana?
I've been able to infer a few things, but
Like,
Dana keeps everything close to the chest. And I'm not sure, honestly, anything about her. I know she has her defenses up always. From what I've gathered, she is even more knowledgeable in the Anarchs than me, so for rumors, she used to may have been one, if they're to be believed.
so if Dana may have been an Anarch, and her sire is in the court, and was the last attack from the Anarchs, things are getting in and out of Camarilla territory unseen.
Yes, that's something that is bothering me. They're not
What
coming. We're the shortest route, correct?
we are the wall, yes,
And we have seen nothing or heard anything.
exactly. Which
I
means they're
don't.
getting in somewhere else. It also means that they're getting in possibly by one of our own letting them in. Do you see where I'm going with this?
You'd have to be blind not to, but I, I'm hoping that it's not the case. Because if it
We
is a
can hope,
traitor in our midst,
we can hope
then
all we
it's.
like, but the fact is that we have to plan for the worst and hope for the best. 2 and 2 and 2 make 6, and you can't ignore that.
I'm surely not going to stick my head in the sand.
Remember to put the pieces of the puzzle together. As you get the information, put the pieces together. Don't ignore anything.
That is why I give all my information to you guys. I don't know if I'm smart enough to put the pieces together, but I
You'll
can hope
learn.
that you and Dana at least can help.
Try to keep it in mind as you're receiving information, because you are bound to receive stuff that doesn't get passed on. So remember to look for those things that click and hold on to those things. It is so very important for you as you are starting to learn, especially with the position that you're in as one from another territory.
Yes.
Speaking of
You
other
know.
territories,
Oh, sorry.
our good friend Dana was out on a hunt herself. Dana, where have you gone?
I only have so much time before everybody convenes over at the hotel, especially with the coterie. Now, hopefully, as was discussed, that, well, Henny Boy will be off doing whatever he needs to with Liv in order to end up making sure that everything will end up going smoothly. I don't wish to end up overtaxing our allies, or wishing to end up calling upon any boons in its full. Still, at this point, I am following an address given to me by Malice to find one Urian Doyle, specifically to locate and deal with the other Tremere.
You find yourself just outside the Flowwood domain. The little piece of territory that the Anarchs call home, small as it is, scarce as it is, for feeding. A little place that you used to call home. And now you're looking over across the tiny river that separates between the Flowwood domain and the rest of Camarilla territory, and looking over at that address that you've been given. It's a copy-paste kind of home, same as every other down the street. Driveways line the streets, trash cans out for trash day.
Keeping my eyes open. Oh, let's go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm keeping my eyes out looking at this point, though it's hard to not get nostalgic with looking in between those small gates. I imagine all those little fences with the tiniest of gaps, just enough to let the sunlight out and remind you that there's a neighborhood just on the other side of it. I imagine there is fire pits in the backyard, and probably mom and dad having a chance to end up cooking hot dogs with the kids in the backyard some nights. That kind of feeling to it. But to me, it's strange coming back to old stomping grounds. I know the place well enough, though my eyes are wide, heightened senses alarmed, and unseen. Well, I need to keep my eyes out for any particular issues that'll creep up, and they will creep up. After all, I'm sure that's the 1 second that they find out I'm here. Well, I can see it going south very quickly. I keep my hand in my bag, mostly clutching to that switchblade. Not that it'll do too much good, but rather switchblade than something more overt like fangs. Preserving the masquerade is difficult, and right now the only benefit I have, that's nice little suburban copy-paste homes, and because of that, well, pretty little thing like me being accosted in the streets is going to get some attention. We'll find out if the Anarchs even care about masquerade anymore. Who knows? Given the fact that they're all supposedly rallied by Tyler. A thought I really don't want to end up getting into right now. Well, maybe being on this side is at the worst possible time.
You watch the house. You see that there's one light on in the house, in the front room. You can't really see if there's anybody inside from this angle, though.
I'll keep heightened senses and try and end up gazing. Maybe there's mirrors or reflective surfaces that I can catch a reflection on, see who's in there, without having to get too close to the property.
I would like you to make me a wits awareness auspex.
Or is quite nice.
You kind of position yourself kind of walking up and down this little river that separates the domains, kind of getting a better angle on the house, kind of allowing your pupils to widen, your mind to take in all of the information that you're seeing within this place. You see 3 individuals. One's fairly short, bowl cut, kind of wearing, looks like a priest costume. Looks a little haphazard and thrown together. The second is a taller man. They seem to be conversing. Glasses, a short beard, wearing a fairly nice suit. It looks like it doesn't look like it's fancy, like it's silk. It looks like it's more practical, more economical. So it's definitely not high end. But there's also a woman. Long black hair. She's pretty, but otherwise you hear, even at this distance with your heightened senses, it's very hard to hear the exact words that they're using, but they're certainly talking. They're very hushed voices, which is strange. Which is strange because, being that they're in a home, you would think that people would be safe to talk in their own homes.
Well, it's definitely strange. I'm pretty sure I recognize one of them. Do I recognize the others?
Give me a intelligence politics.
And would I be correct in presuming that my specialty in politics counts on this one?
For Anarchs, yes.
Oh, that's a 5.
Okay. The two individuals that you see inside the house, the shorter man and the taller man with glasses, those two you definitely recognize as Urian Doyle and Gregory Ballant. But the woman, you don't think you've ever seen her before.
I'm going to...
She might be new?
Yes. I believe it's at this point I'm going to call the hotel.
Okay. And what are you calling the hotel for?
I am seeing if I can get in touch with anyone in my coterie.
Who would be at the hotel at the moment?
Well, I imagine their Elysium bit happened while I was off earlier. They have making deals, so...
Yeah, so Ken and Rodney might not be around, but Malice, are you around at the hotel?
Malice would not be at the hotel. Malice would have taken poor defenseless security guard to the hospital.
Ah, where Don Mangini is?
Yes.
Taking him to Don Mangini, okay. It doesn't seem like anybody's answering, Dana.
I leave a message that I was actually able to end up finding UD and GB. Apparently they have a raven-haired guest right now. I'm going to wish them the best. Ta-ta. Hang up the phone and maybe tuck it in, maybe just under the bridge below the Flowwood, in a little nook so no one can find it just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure I have all my identification, anything that I could be identified with, away.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to start walking up to the house.
Okay. You walk up to the house, and keeping your heightened senses popped, the conversation's still hushed. You can start to overhear them a little bit now. You can definitely hear the weaselly voice of Urian Doyle. The little pipsqueak is getting an earful from Gregory about something he might have fucked up. Who knows? He's certainly giving Urian a little bit of a rundown about some things, but the woman seems to interrupt Gregory and tell him not to be so harsh on the small guy. He's trying his best. Gregory retorts and makes some more snide remarks before reaching for a phone and making it looks like a text message.
Is there any way I could potentially see that text message?
Give me another wits awareness. It's going to be pretty high difficulty.
I imagine it will. am willing to spend a willpower on that.
Okay.
5.
Almost as if your mind pauses a moment. The gifts of Toreador almost make them seem like they are able to stop time in their own mind. Everyone else perceives time as they normally would, but to a Toreador, getting a little glance at something might just be the right thing. And so when you kind of glance in the window, you catch the angle just right, where you see that the text message is going to Thresh. Just says Thresh at the top as the contact name.
But that's all I can catch.
You catch that the message is a reply, maybe? Be there in 5.
I think that's about when I would place a knock on the head door.
You can hear the rustling inside. The Urian questioning, who in the fuck could that be? Gregory kind of shushes him, and you can hear footsteps walking toward the door. And the door opens.
And which one greets me?
Gregory. Dana
Greggy
Ray.
boy. Greggy boy. Don't make any sudden movements. She's a little itchy tonight. Not here for you. Masquerade and all.
Right.
I'm here for the bull cut. Don't worry. I'm not intending to ash the little twerp tonight. But there is something that is going to be going on, and I would hate for you to be late.
Right. Well, let me introduce you to someone then. Dana Rain. Meet Tyler. And that is where we're going to pick up next time.
Well, shit.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, fuck!
Oh my.
Nope.
Okay,
nope.
no. Okay, I need you guys to understand how big of a twist this is. Okay, I need you to understand. Because for as long as I have ever talked about Urian Doyle / Marius's backstory, it was never confirmed. It was always intended that it might be like a rumor that Tyler was there. It was always intended that it was like a galvanizing thing, but nobody knew, right? And it was the same trick that Urian Doyle in season 1 ended up pulling. So it never, like, I don't know if they made themselves a Tyler or if this is in fact Tyler. And I love it. I love it so much. I am so freaking worried right now.
The one thing I will say is I don't know how you can wear a skirt with the size of the balls that Dana has right now.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
No, she wears like basically a swimsuit onesie. What are you talking about? Also, we got
Oh,
a bunch
God.
of new followers today.
Oh,
Welcome
wow.
everybody from the Hero Zone raid. Thank you so much, Maddie, for all of the raiders with 38, and there was also Dork Tales that came in earlier tonight too. Thank you guys so much. If you're still around from Dork Tales, uh, we're leaving a little bit on a cliffhanger because it is fairly late,
Oh
but
man,
but I thought that would be an appropriate place
that is.
to kind of leave us for a quick minute for this session and pick up with Dana next time. But yes, thank you so much, and yes, shout out to Hero Zone and to Dork Tales for the raids. Thank you guys so much for stopping by and all of that other stuff. Thank you, Tinker, Alec, Night Lexic, and Natasha. Thank you guys so much for the follows that happened today. Um, Morphing Mates, Merowyn, Pale Dragon, all of you guys for following. GN Hulk, thank you so much for the follow just now. I appreciate you guys. I normally don't do a whole lot of shouting out for my followers, but I figured it was appropriate today. Dragon Scribe, woo!
Yeah,
Game Master
grown
Genie.
big.
Oh my god, Maddie, what are you doing to me? Giving me people. What is this? But yeah, welcome to our little corner of Twitch. We play a lot of tabletop RPGs on this channel. We do some art. Get wrecked. Yes, I love it. GG. But yeah, I appreciate you guys coming by and giving us the raids and the follows and all of that good stuff. So yeah, welcome. Exclamation point YouTube to catch all of my VODs in case you missed everything, because those get posted on YouTube. So be sure to follow that in case you want to catch up on some things. But yeah, welcome to my little VTM show called War in the Soul City, where we do all the things. But yeah, I'm glad you liked that little twist there, Derek. Just right there at the end, right there at the end, because
I'm kind of glad my camera froze because I was stress eating as soon as Dana started walking towards the door. I'm like,
Well, see,
I'm just like,
okay,
I thought it was just a fucking rumor. Like, oh my god.
yeah, Boxy, you were in the same mindset as I was, right?
It was
Yeah.
left that way intentionally so that we never really knew. Now we fucking know.
Or we're being played, and that's the best part.
Rodney was actually verbalizing that theory to everybody in the coterie at one point, that he thinks this is a theory, and now it's confirmed that there is a Tyler. Don't know whether it's actually Tyler, but there is a Tyler in the city.
You're welcome.
Oh.
You're welcome. I'm glad you guys like my game.
It's worse than Rodney was thinking. Okay, but
Way worse.
Black Wolf, if you
He's-
can get the
he's-
poll started, that would be fantastic. But yes,
Man.
we
Rodney's of the mindset now that because Galvin has asked this shit of him, he needs hedging his fucking bets because shit's about to go south. That's what he got out of that conversation is, oh shit, crap is going down and we're not being informed about it. It's not happening in our domain, it's happening everywhere else and we're going to get surrounded.
it's glorious when
As
a
I
little
always
nugget gets
say.
confirmed and has a mind-blowing moment. Yes, Pale Dragon, I love doing those. Because I've done
As
those
I
in
always
most of
say,
my
I
games
love-
by this point.
sorry.
No, I do those in most of my games at this point. I've done a couple of them in San Antonio by Night, a couple in Aftermath, and now War in the Soul City. I've hit you guys with a couple doozies.
The fucking hamster
like
wheel
that.
is turning, man. The hamster wheel.
Moxie's getting to the point where she's starting to
Hamtaro.
understand this game the way I do.
I think my hamster died of a heart attack when you said that was Tyler.
Yeah, at this point, the hamster is just dead, and its own momentum flopping and on the
Is
wheel is keeping it
continuing
going.
to spin.
Yes. Pale.
All I can see is Rodney in a room, like that one meme of the guy with strings going everywhere, smoking a cigarette, just like
I've done it.
freaking out, like he's
I've
Was
done
it
a.
good
figuring
for
it
you?
out.
I've done a doodle of that with Celine from Maddie's D&D game. That's a
Rodney
great
is
meme.
digging a hole and he's going to hide in it. That's what the rest of this campaign is going to be with him, is him digging a hole and hiding in it.
Diggy diggy
I
hole.
am a dwarf and I'm
Digging
digging
a
a
hole.
hole.
Diggy
Yeah.
hole. Diggy hole. Hey, Rodney, Monks, you now have a new fan in Pale
I
Dragon.
do? Oh,
Pale
thank
Dragon
you.
loves you. One of their new favorite people for the just moment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, we love. I love my cast. My cast is great. They're all wonderful players, and we enjoy hanging out and doing this here vampire game every Wednesday night. So, and if you missed it, but but the poor coffee chunk. I attempted the chunk, and he got his throat ripped out. Woohoo!
He didn't die.
He didn't die. He's not dead.
Didn't die.
He's just
That's a
mute.
start.
He's just a bald, kind of chunky man who was sitting at a
He's just
security desk, and now he's done.
mauled and permanently disfigured for life. Probably never gonna speak again, but.
Yeah, poor guy. You don't even know his name.
No, I don't.
No, you don't. You don't even know his name. But yeah, I certainly love my cast. They're a great sort, and all of that. But we do have some out of character end of session things to resolve. So those of you who have taken stains,
Can I wait until next time?
No.
I might have taken one or two stains. I'm not sure.
You took 4.
Yeah,
You took
actually.
4.
Shit. I
Shit.
may have actually taken stains as well
Oh.
because he was conscious and around when little Kenny boy was doing the kitten and didn't
Mm-hmm.
stop it. And then
I can
Mercy
only, I
ripped
think,
another person
mitigate
apart in front of
one.
him.
Oh, Mox was still talking. What were you saying, Mox?
I said Mercy ripped another person apart in front of him. So, I mean,
I think that's
Mercy
gonna be
was kind of disenfranchised.
I think that's gonna be 2 stains, though.
Yeah, I think it is.
Just saying. And
Yeah.
we got some characters that are chock full of stains today. So, so Mojo, you were talking about mitigating your stains. Do you have
I think I can mitigate one.
and how would that
Family
be?
is everything. Family is everything. Everything I do is for my family. Mercy is family.
That is true. That is true. And that is that would be for the because one stain you took because of Oblivion. It would be for
Right.
that other stain. Okay.
Yeah. Not the ones including Chunk, but that still leaves me with nothing to roll except for 1 die.
You weren't. You weren't going to the animal shelter for Mercy.
No. The only one that I was trying to mitigate was the one for Mercy mauling the person and eating.
Oh, okay, yeah, because you didn't do anything about that. That's that would be something that you would mitigate, yeah. Uh-oh. Did I lose connection again? Hello? Hello? Are we coming back? Uh-oh. There we go. Hello? Discord? Well, Discord stopped. Give me 1 second to get back into my chat here, guys.
There we go.
Hey, Lamau.
Brr.
Yeah, well, at least I'm recording locally, so you guys don't have to, you don't have to worry about shit. Well, now my camera won't turn on. Well, oh no.
Trying to stay in character.
But yes, you would mitigate the one stain for malice.
I'm still only rolling one die. That's an 8.
Okay, success. You
Feel like shit.
feel like shit on all of it because you feel like you almost lost a piece of yourself to the veil. You feel like you almost lost mercy in all of that, and you you allowed for the mauling and destruction of 2 people in this hotel. This hotel is rank with death. It is starting to get a little toxic on your soul, and you're very glad that you're not losing pieces of yourself to that veil
Yeah.
yet. Rodney, roll your remorse, please.
I think I've only got one dice to roll. Shit.
You know, it was for the greater good.
Mercy needed to feed, and that's how it had to happen.
You need her. Poor Saps. Oh well.
So do I.
Oh no. God damn it.
Because I had 2 stains.
Do you what?
How much humanity do I lose off of that? It's just 1?
Just one. Yep.
Oof.
Kenny boy.
I might be able to mitigate some of mine too.
Well, I already mitigated 2 of yours by recovering your willpower.
Okay.
So, what additional mitigation do you think you have?
Well, one of my touchstones is stand by your family, and besides those 2, this kind of found family that I'm a part of with the coterie is about as close as I have right now, since I've lost my sire and everybody that I know.
But does Ken actually feel that way about them?
He does about some of them. Some of them it's more antagonistic, and he's not sure of how much he can trust them, but
But for yourself and Mercy?
he did the thing for Mercy because of Malice. He trusts Malice.
Now I know where the mistakes were made.
Yeah. I'm okay if you shoot it down, though. It's up to you.
Either way, if you mitigate only 1, it's a chance dice anyway, so roll it.
All I do is click remorse.
Remorse, and then you'll say that you have 1 dice.
Here goes nothing.
It stings. It sucks that... It sucks. All of it sucks. Mercy sucks. Dana sucks. Rodney sucks. Life sucks. But, You live and you die. Oh well.
So glad I wasn't the only one that lost humanity on that.
I don't think Dana took any stains, did she?
Nope.
Nope.
So I only lose 1 humanity?
Yep, only once. Your
And I,
humanity 7.
and I remove the slashes?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Okay.
Yep. Congratulations, guys.
So Malice is the only one that really feels like shit about all of this?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Malice is
This-
the only one that feels like shit, and he's the one who's the necromancer.
Hey. Rodney's cherry just got popped.
Oh, 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 oh.
And so did Kenny boys.
Yeah.
Yep. So now that we've got all of that out of the way, and my internet really should stop being a dingus, let's move on to Sim Experience. I'm pretty sure that the audience poll's already closed by now.
Dana won.
Dana won the audience poll. Congratulations, Dana. But we also get to deliberate about, between our player characters, about who gets the experience here today between them. Everybody at the table gets 1 for showing up. Congratulations. And then we also deliberate about who moved the plots, who had the best scene, and who had the best line from the session. And the players will deliberate amongst themselves about those. So, hey, Pale Dragon, thanks for the sub. So, who moved our plot?
I'm gonna have a controversial pick here.
Oh?
Yep. I'm gonna give it to Kenny Boy.
Oh.
And I'll tell you exactly why. For the same reason he was holding his gut in the whole time during Elysium. Because the bullshit that he said to the Harpy can kick off so many goddamn dominoes that we're all royally fucked. Thank you very much, Kenny. You made this game 10 times more interesting.
I seriously could almost not hold it in.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for proving to the Harpy that we are incompetent. I appreciate that you did that. I mean this with all sincerity. I believe it has to go to Kenny for that specific point. The dominoes that me and Moxie are both thinking of while you were talking.
I tried to fix it. It didn't work.
I'm sorry?
I love it. I love
It's
it.
all about framing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give that to Kenny.
Unfortunately, Kenny Boy doesn't have a level.
Yep, Kenny gets that.
Unanimous. Ken, you get the moving plot. You're welcome. Who had the best scene?
I have a couple in mind.
I gotta end up giving that over to him, Mojo. I gotta give that to Mojo.
Ooh.
Easily.
For which one?
Specifically for dealing with the Don. I am not gonna reward him for that bullshit because it was Chunk. Uncle Chunk.
I wasn't even thinking about the one with Chunk when I said I have a couple in mind. What I was thinking of was specifically the whole scene with the Don. The other one that I was thinking of was God damn it, Kenny in the fucking Elysium.
Oh, it was good. It's good. I would not fault you for voting that way.
Those are the two that I have in mind, and I can't decide.
I would also throw Rodney's Elysium in there for his conversation with fucking Galvin. Rodney was shitting himself that entire conversation, and then more so.
I believe it because I know right now, at this exact time, I am hyper aware that Flowwood is downstream of Elysium as far as wind goes, and I can smell it from there.
But yes, Malice.
I did this. Is that Rodney?
Malice with the Don was fantastic. I missed half of it because I had to enter the phone, but it was good. And poor Chonk. Both scenes were
He's
brilliant.
an attempt at a chunk. I tried. I tried to give him a little bit of a goofy voice, but I don't do goofy voices very well.
It's tough, isn't it?
It is.
It started sounding slightly Canadian for a bit there.
And I think that's legitimately because when I do the impression, there's a small hint of that. It sometimes slips into Doofy, and then he's taking off of that and trying to mimic it. So it's literally a game of telephone with Chunk's mannerisms.
I was really getting into like I could feel it that I was doing stereotypical Canadian. I was like, oh no, that's not the right voice. What the hell? What am I doing?
Before the compulsion, I had the idea that this could be Chunk, and then suddenly the compulsion came, and I don't care who this is, I must eat them.
They gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt bad.
Look what you did to this man.
He's horribly disfigured for life, so he can only write everything on paper. He'll
And
never
you'll
talk
never know
again.
his name.
I'll get him to write it down when I introduce him to the Dawn.
Oh God, he's embraced in this timeline. He's embraced the Clan Hekata. I don't think the Hekata
Not
are
embraced.
ready for that.
He's ghouled into Hakata.
He's schooled at least, not embraced yet. I didn't drain him that far.
No, you just
tried
ripped
to
the chunk
stagger.
out of his neck and then you ghouled him.
That's the only way I knew I could stop it. And I
Yeah,
still
sounds
wasn't sure if
familiar.
that would work.
Sounds familiar.
Sounds
All
familiar.
the old familiar places.
Rashad Seraph.
Malice gave the world's worst tracheotomy tonight.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Oh no. Okay,
You're
so
a
what was our best
doctor.
line?
So,
Did we actually decide on the scene? I don't think we did.
I have
We said
not-
Malice.
Malice?
Oh, Malice, okay.
Yeah, that's 2 for Malice, so...
Okay. Malice gets it.
I didn't want it to come down to me because I liked my scene, but I don't want to be the asshole that votes for himself.
Do it, and you're supposed to. That's the point.
You advocate for yourself.
Be your
If
own
you're not going
advocate.
to, who will?
Yeah, see?
Okay.
You gotta remember, I understand because you're kind of getting second hand. Like, he took the way I do experience, but you have to remember at the heart of it, Mother, is it's literally meant to be experience done much in the same way as court is done in Vampire.
Well,
So
I suck at that.
sometimes, no, it's okay, but it means that sometimes
Gotta be your own
the vote
advocate.
will go to the obvious. Sometimes you gotta advocate for yourself. Sometimes you're purposely sliding the vote in another favor. And if you want to get in on this, by all means, PM, back channel deal, do whatever you have to. But the whole point is to be as conniving as humanly possible.
And cheeky.
All right, I'll vote for myself because I like
There you
my
go.
scene.
I liked your scene too. But I don't
It
vote,
was a good scene.
so.
Yeah.
Is it a...
Yeah, another
a-
another reason that I end up doing it by player vote is so that the ST has no call on it. You have to work with your players on that, or your fellow players on that one.
Exactly. So is it a 50-50 or is it a Malice majority?
I think it's a
Malice.
Malice majority.
Ah, okay. Malice, you get it. Who
Okay.
had the best line?
Well, we can't give it to you.
I
Yep,
mean,
So,
what would you give it to me for? I mean, I don't know.
there were so many different options to choose from tonight.
God damn. I didn't
My
think...
best line was before we even started.
Yeah, wait, You wasted on the test roll.
Oh Lord,
Womp
best
womp.
line.
I don't know. There wasn't one that stood out to me tonight. That like there was some good zingers all around, but
No, I know exactly what it is. It has to end up doing with. I'm gonna make this a 2-for-1. It's gonna be end up going to Kenny, specifically because Kenny decided to end up saying, "Hey, we need some help because we can't really handle it." And you can't handle it, can you? So, some holes in the defenses of the dig crew, and I could. You saw it in my face, but I could even see it in Rodney. Like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut
That's
up.
why Rodney Judges he's like, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. He's not involved in that.
I gotta shut this shit down now. And I loved it. I loved it. For my over the top reaction, dude, I'm giving you the XP for that one. That should tell you something. Okay, I think in Boat's game he refers to it as strong narrative choices.
Yes.
yeah.
Strong narrative choices.
In Boat's game, I'm very good at putting my foot in my mouth, and it's
Oh,
continuing here.
I'm sure it's a skill you perfected in this game.
Love it. Love to see it. I love this game.
I'm going to have to agree and give it to Kenny. And no, y'all couldn't see my reaction or hear me telling Kenny, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up now.
He had a lethality moment.
Oh yeah.
He had a lethality moment. Stop.
Yeah. And Mother, just before you start beating yourself up on this, understand I've had that reaction to every single person in this room. And I'm pretty sure I have had that moment where everybody else was worried that that was the direction I was going. Much like,
as soon as
what do you mean, Dana's walking right up to the house? What do you mean? No, Dana, don't do it.
No, turn around. Leave now. I don't care who the bitch is with the brunette hair. Turn around. Walk away. Just turn around. Walk away. Leave them alone. Fuck.
No, as soon as the harpy was started saying, "Oh, the dig crew has holes," I'm like, "Fuck! I worded it wrong. I left that wide open. They're not coming through our place."
And the harpy's big thing is that she will rip you to shreds with words.
Yep.
She's the harpy for a reason.
Yep, and I am not. I'm pretty. I can talk a little bit. I can turn on the charm, but I am not the wittiest person.
You can't talk on her level.
Nope.
You don't have the vocabulary for it.
I talk on a 3rd grade level. She's in some college shit.
And you're unarmed for this battle.
Yep.
So we're giving the line to who exactly?
Ken.
Ken.
I'm giving it to Kenny, okay? Because on occasion, putting foot and mouth syndrome can in fact be rewarded.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. I've done it.
Yep.
Guilty. As Mouse.
I think one of my favorite moments from tonight's game, though, like besides Malice's scene, like playing it out, I loved that moment with Kenny after that Elysium, where Rodney was like, "I need to try to teach you something because it needs to sink in." After what I just witnessed.
Austin was also trying to give him some words of wisdom and saying, just shut the fuck
Harpy's
up.
gonna harp. You're absolutely right.
Harpy's gonna harp.
Never admit to anything. Leave them wondering.
It's probably the best piece of advice that Austin's ever given another Toreador. That's why Dana does it.
Look, Dana may hate Austin. I love him.
I love him.
He's
pretty great.
Oh my god.
I love that son of a bitch. God, you know what? Someday I'm gonna actually have a positive relation with the sire. Someday.
He wants to have a positive relationship with Dana.
I know, and if it was any other character, if it was any other character, right? But let's be honest here. Data is built out of spite.
She is. She is spite
Right?
incarnate.
Let's not pretend like she's something else here.
Yeah, she's spite incarnate. There's no getting around that. So she hates the camps and she hates the anarchs. What's she gonna do?
Yep.
There ain't no independence really here.
If she did, they probably
Coffee,
wouldn't
how
want her,
dare
like-
you read my mind? Raven. It's because I'm a
Maddie, yeah.
It's because I'm a storyteller. I'm supposed to. But
No,
yes.
I love Dana for that exact reason. She is incredibly proud and petty, and I wouldn't have her any other way. And
Exactly.
I think most would agree on that portion.
I love her too. I
Hell
think she's
yeah.
great. Well, I certainly appreciate and love my cast too, because you guys are great too. And yes, Dana is venom and spite mashed with ill intent. Yes. I love my cast. They're all great people, and so there's one shout out that I should do, and that's to Macabre Derek, because he does the drawing on the macabre. So, what you got lined up for us coming up on the drawing?
Well, for those who don't know, I'm actually putting the finishing touches right now on the piece we were working on earlier today. So we'll be posting that. I'll be posting that in CoffeeCat's Discord as well. So do check out his Discord. Black Wolf, I hate to take over Coffee Show, but don't forget to making sure to end up plugging the link to the Discord. There we go. Man's on top of it as always.
Yes.
And while we're at it, I am going to be putting in I'm hoping 4, maybe more hours into a piece I am doing for Pale Dragon. Now, for those who don't know, Pale Dragon has kind of went above and beyond on this one. So normally I do a lot of quick commissions, like 1 to 3, maybe 4 hours. This one is a full 12, with the incentive of go absolutely ham. So I am literally making one of the most detailed pieces of ink work I have ever made in the past maybe 6 years. And I'm looking forward to it. And it's been turning out fantastic.
I'm loving it so far.
Yeah, with their guidance, I'm hoping to be able to end up making it something that will be hanging on their wall for...
There's an
God knows how
animated
long.
cat butt.
There's an animated cat butt. Yes, there is. It's right here. So, there be your animated cat butt.
Maddie has an animated cat butt. I now have animated Angry Benji.
So, with that being said, we will be up for tomorrow. Now, I am going to warn everybody, I'm probably not going to be available this Sunday, so we're going to have to skip an episode of, well, Edmonton by Night Blood Sands, but we will be coming in strong thereafter. So, I'm hoping that everybody will have a fantastic time. And, well, stay tuned at Matty Morgs for those who don't know, because there's something going down. You know what I'm talking about. If you know, you know.
You know. Exactly. And, we have my other 3 lovely players, Mojo, Mother, and Mox, but they don't necessarily stream all that much, but they're still lovable characters, because they're great. But I certainly love them. And, oh, that cat. Flop.
Yeah, she just flopped. That's
she
it.
just
Flop.
crawled up on your shoulder and was like, okay, this is mine now.
Yep.
Yep,
That's it.
baby. But, yeah, we're going to be doing that. I also announced in our Discord that anyone who was looking to... anyone who had, joined our Discord and, answered the casting call, because I did post that too, we are officially announcing that I will be running another tabletop RPG show starting in July, very likely, with a D&D game, which is going to be the sequel to the Hero Zone's Chroma Company campaign. And those who have already answered in the Discord and the casting call have been posting or have been private messaging me their character concepts, and I'll be choosing my cast on Sunday. So I'm going to be closing up the casting call and getting things all set up for the for that game. And that game's going to run on Thursday nights at 7 Central Time. I mean, sadly, it's going to compete with Drawing on the Macabre, but it's a D&D game on a Thursday. So I'm going to be competing with Critical Role. So I'm probably not going to have very many viewers. But
to be fair, my busiest night is Thursdays while Critical Role is going. So don't think that it can't happen.
It's possible. But that campaign is probably going to start somewhere in the beginning or middle of July, where we're going to do a session 0, probably the first week of July. And really get the ball rolling on that game too. I'm still working on assets. I'm still working on maps and things of that sort. And anyone who isn't chosen for the cast as the final cast, which is probably going to be between 4 to 6 players. Those people, the concepts that they have pitched me will still be included in the design of some of the places in the world, so they still have their little fingerprint on the world, much like Maddie does, calling for submissions from the audience when he does like his workshops and things like that. So don't feel discouraged, because the concepts that you come up with are important to building out some of the world, because I'm still making a lot of it. So if you just want to submit a character for inclusion, kind of put your stamp on that, I'm certainly taking those. The casting call is still open for interest. The post at the top of the page will give you the form to fill out and PM me as far as if you're interested to be cast. The requirements for it, though, are going to be you do have to have a working webcam, because I am going to be broadcasting this on Twitch, much like we're doing now. But it's important that I have webcams, because I like to see the reactions of my players. I'm not gonna lie, I feed off of that. But it's certainly that's where we're going with that campaign. So good audio, good webcam. That's really it. Because I'm gonna be having my cast use real dice, and I'm gonna be broadcasting real minis. So there's that. So that's the plan for the D&D game. It still doesn't have a show title, so I will take suggestions for that, but I don't have an actual show title where there's War in the Soul City for my VtM stuff. There's and San Antonio by Night for my old VtM campaigns, but I don't have a name for this show yet. So I'm kind of looking for suggestions if you want to post them in the casting call too. So, but that's enough of me rambling about the shit that I'm doing. We also, I have a website. It's down there. It says CoffeeCatPresents.com. So do all of that too. Oh no, it's up in the corner. Never mind. I forget my own layout. Oh well. But yeah, we're gonna go find somebody to raid. It looks like Free Range is still painting Warhammer miniatures, so let's go and give Free Range a good old raid and see what he's been painting up, because he's been working on a pretty dope project that's for a commission that he's been doing. So let's go see how far he's gotten on that, and give him some love, because you know, we love our mini painters, we love our gamers, we love our tabletoppers. So let's go give him some love. So get your emotes ready, everybody, and thank you guys so much for watching. We will be back next week Wednesday with more War in the Soul City, right here on twitch.tv/CoffeeCat Presents. So, with that all being said, say goodnight, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Semi-Lich approaches from up the road. Don't you mean Demi-Lich? Did I stutter?
No!